And we have a fairly short agenda, she said, but a very important agenda. As we have before, in each one of our sessions before, I want to very quickly go through the procedure with you in case there are people in the audience or people watching who don't know how this all comes about. The city charter outlines the budget process, and the charter says that the city manager will prepare a recommended budget, and that for the mayor to approve, tweak, whatever he wishes to do with it, he or she wishes to do with it. And then the mayor presents that recommended budget to the budget committee. We then have meetings throughout 3 times so that people department chairs who want to have additions to their budget can come before us and make their presentation. We have on the city website a copy of the complete budget, a synopsis of the budget, and then in the Ledger Inquirer, the synopsis will be printed so that our citizens can see what we're dealing with. After all of the presentations from the departments that wish to do that, we do what we call the add-delete list. And the add-delete list is a list of those items that have come before us that one of the counselors wants to add to the budget. And in order to add to the budget, we tell them they have to find something to delete so that there's that there. And then we will recommend this budget to the citizens. There will be 2 meetings of taxpayers. And one of them is at the next city council meeting, which is next week. And one of them is the next taxpayer Bill of Rights meeting. One is at the council and one is, do you remember the date?
Just so we're clear, so the first taxpayer Bill of Rights will be held June 13th at 9 a.m. That is during a regular council meeting. The second taxpayer Bill of Rights hearing will also be June 13th at 6 p.m.
And both of those will be in this room. So if there are things that are on the budget, in the budget, or recommended recommendations, the taxpayers have the time to come and do that and recognize it and get us get their position known to the council. And then we adopt the budget, and it goes into effect July 1 for fiscal year 2024. So that's generally the process that we follow here to make sure that we have a budget that represents the needs of our community. I'm going to ask the mayor if he would like to begin this morning, give us a few words of encouragement perhaps, or a few words of recommendation perhaps, or just say hi.
Well, hi. Well, no, I will say, Madam Budget Chair, some encouragement that I would give to council. First of all, thank y'all for your deliberations. It's not easy to sit down and start going through all of this. In fact, it's pretty daggum difficult. And appreciate the way all of you have taken so seriously the process. And as you heard Madam Budget Chair mention, we're getting closer to the end of the process. And frankly, that's where the real difficult part is, because as council and the budget committee puts things on the add-delete list, all of the items that the folks have brought forth are certainly worthy of consideration. Many of them need what they're asking for very, very badly. But the challenge is when we have things that are going to impact our budget in an ongoing basis as we move forward, and you know they become operational expenses. That is difficult to offset with fund balance reserve, because that's, you know, as we've said and y'all have said, is it's kind of like paying your mortgage out of your savings account. It works fine for a couple months, but pretty soon you got a problem. So I know that this group is going to be looking very intently at other areas of the government and looking for some offsets. You know, I just would encourage y'all to continue to work as hard as you are, and also to remember that when we encumber that fund balance reserve going forward, that's probably not an ideal way to be able to continue to operate the government. But thank y'all for what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. City Manager, would you care to say a word or two? You could say hi too.
Good morning, Madam Budget Chair, and to members of the Budget Review Committee. And I join the mayor in thanking you for your deliberations here and what you're doing. This is a very tough process, decision-making process, because the needs are many, the needs are great for many departments, elected officials, some who you've had to appear before you, and many have not, but yet the needs are there. And I say that because I shared with you day one that every person who has come to that podium, when they came through this process, those needs are justified. They actually need what they're asking for. And so when some non-elected officials, non-public safety department heads saw that things were going on the add delete list, they started to reach out and speak out. I did not discourage any of them from appearing before you, but many of them realized the heavy lift, the challenge that we had implementing the pay study. And they knew that we would need to not only implement, but be able to sustain the decision made into the future. And I think they opted to try and figure out how to do even more with less, and they chose not to appear. Well, I will say to you that in the last couple of weeks, some have said, well, I should have gotten on the list. In fact, I see Holly Browder is on the list. She wanted to get off the list because she realized that this is a tough process and we'll just figure it out. But I encourage her to stay on the list. And so I see that she's here today. Our finance director, who's leading this process, said, well, I have many needs and I should have gotten on the list, is what she said to me. Our HR director said, I have needs, and since we're putting things on an ad list, I should have gotten on the list. And so one department head after another have said to me, I should have gotten on the list and made my ask, because things are going obviously on the ad delete list. And so I just share with you that the needs that have come before you, and though but just know that there are many needs from department heads and elected officials who chose not to appear. And if something pops up later in the year, know that one may say, well, you didn't come before us and you didn't ask for it. I want you to know that there were needs and they chose to figure it out, and that's why they didn't come on. And so I encourage Holly not to get off the list, but come and tell you about her needs today. As late as yesterday, she was going to get off this list. And so with that, I commend you, because I know that you recognize that even the things that you put on the ad list are needed, and you want to try and figure it out. It is a tough process, and we appreciate your deliberation and all that you're doing. Thank you, Madam Budget Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We will, at the conclusion of the presentations to us today, go through the add delete list and add some items, I would assume, and delete from other places in order to fund those. This is not something that any of us, the mayor, the city manager, or any of the city councilors take lightly. And so, Mr. City Manager, I do want to thank you too for the work of your staff, the finance director and her staff, and putting all of this together. Sometimes my eyes do this, you know, trying to look at all of it, but that's okay. That's good. We are now ready, I think, for the presentations, unless, Ms. Alexander, do you have something you wish to add?
No, ma'am, I just, as at direction of the city manager, just want to provide a quick recap. In terms of the budget that was proposed, projected revenues are $322 million. Our projected expenses are $332 million. So there is a use of fund balance here of about $10.5 million, 5.8 million in the general fund. And the other funds are utilizing fund balance for capital outlay, with the exception of the integrated waste program. That is to continue on the service with the phase out in September for AmWaste. Currently, what's on the list that has yet to be approved, and much deliberation on, but currently what's on the list, it totals $1,258,153, with a possible reserve usage of 2.11 days if all items currently on the list are approved later on in the session. That is all I had, Madam Budget Chair, and we can proceed with the presentations.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Our first presentation today is from Parks and Rec. Holly Browder, who is the director, will come and speak to us. Good morning, Ms. Browder.
Good morning. Again, good morning, Madam Budget Chair, members of the Budget Review Committee, the Mayor, City Manager. Just want to say thank you for allowing me to come this morning. To the City Manager's point, I was not going to come before you today. We have a long list of needs in our department, but in the current climate, we were going to try to continue to do the best that we could. But I felt it was kind of my obligation to come before you and at least let you see where we're coming from and some of the things that we need. Obviously, in the essence of time, I could not include everything in my list today, and you're going to go, I don't see how, after you see my list. But in actuality, there are still things that we were not able to put on the list, just in the essence of time.
And Ms. Browder, if you will, as you go through that, be sure that you tell us which ones you do want on the list, on the add delete list.
Everything on that I will provide today, we would love to see being added to the list. Otherwise, I would not be presenting it. So anything that we have before you today, it's going to consist of two areas. One is going to be staffing and the other is going to be capital.
Thank you.
Primarily. But many times, and this is the big push for why I'm here today, many times our counselors come to me and my staff, as well as citizens, and ask us, why aren't you able to do more? Why aren't you able to do the things that you've done previously in years past? Why aren't we able to do our parks faster, get things cleaned up more often? Why are we not able to have the hours in the rec centers that we once had, or in our senior centers? Why are we not offering the programming, the special events that we once were so well known for? Well, with that, I'm going to tell you it's primarily staff. That's the biggest component of what runs our department, is staff. So I want you to know where we came from, and I'm going to take us back for any of you who were on council in 06. That's about where this starts for us. So in 06 until now, we've been unfunded approximately 34 full-time and 70 part-time positions. Those biggest cuts came in 06. We lost 44 employees within our department, and in 07 we lost another roughly 33. So within 2 years, we lost 77 employees, of the bulk of which a lot were full-time, which that makes a big impact on the department. As you know, and you've heard me say before, now we primarily operate at a one-third full-time, 2/3 part-time. That's just how we operate. Although it hasn't always been that way, and obviously you can get a lot more done with a person who's 40 hours a week than 29 hours a week. But we recognize that the insurance and the benefits and everything are costly. And so often we'll opt for 2 part-time people instead of a full-time person. But in some areas, sometimes that's just not enough. But as a result of all the cuts that we've had, We just don't have the manpower to maintain the parks or to operate the facilities the hours that we would like to see. We just can't do it. And these are things that the community and some of you ask me on a regular basis for us to be able to do. And often I have to say, look, we will do the best we can. We'll get out there and we'll get it done as soon as possible. When that's not necessarily the answer, I would love to give you a better one, but it's based on what resources we currently have. So going there, I'm going to give you, rather than include it on every single slide, I just did a really quick overview of positions that we're going to be talking about, wages or salaries for those positions. And so these are some of the positions that we're going to talk about. And you'll see right off the top, the first 5 are maintenance-related parks positions. Then we move into our recreation areas and our community schools, which is our before and after school. And then the administrative clerk is a position at the aquatic center. And then our marina tech obviously is at our marina. But just to give you guys some numbers to kind of look at as we move forward. So moving into aquatics, as you know, we're going to open 3 new pools. The end of this, what will be this fiscal year in fiscal year 24, and 2 splash pads. We plan to open those in Memorial Day of 2024. One of the things that we need is another part-time staff for the front desk at the aquatic center. We have to handle reservations and birthday parties and all the excess things that are going to take place once we add these extra pools back. Also, we need maintenance workers. One of the big questions that I had when I went and did the focus groups with a lot of the community, and some of you as well, was what are you going to do different? How are you going to maintain these? Well, we can't maintain them if we don't have the maintenance staff. So we would request to get a full-time year-round maintenance person to assist with that. That means going out and checking the chemicals daily and weekly and monthly in these pools when the off-season, because we're only open.
And Ms. Pratt, are you going to give us a dollar amount for each of those?
I can. So
Well, we have to have a dollar amount in
Sure,
order to put it on
absolutely.
or off the
So
list.
the maintenance worker 2 full-time grade would come in at a 35,115.67. I'm sorry, 87. So this 35,000. 35,115.87 would be the request for the maintenance worker 2. And yes, and that is correct. To the finance manager's point, that is without benefits. That's just the salary. And then the 3 part maintenance worker 1s, we would ask for, they come in, I apologize, I don't seem to have it, but they're not full-time. The full-time figure I had was 34,093.08, but that's full-time.
All right, we're going to need something, I don't know, Ms. Alexander, how you're going to do this, but we're going to need some figures in order to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Budget Chair, if I may, I will ask the finance director to start to run figures on that. And then when you're done, maybe we will have a total.
Okay.
And then we will share that total at that time. But she's gonna start to calculate as she presents these to you.
As I get into part services, for the finance manager's point, it will be a lot easier because they're going to be repetitious positions. So this is the only area where the positions are different. In part services, they're all the same, to your point, as far as numbers go.
We'll have a number for you.
Well, I would also like to have an individual number. That's one of the things that we've gotten from other departments, so that we can decide, do we want to add a part-time administrative clerk for the aquatic center, or do we want to add a maintenance worker for it? So we need to know what each one of those figures are.
Yes.
Angelica, they're all on that first page. So the administrative clerk, of course, is part-time at $14.83 an hour, but I know Ms. Alexander will be able to figure that. Moving forward, athletics. For those of you who know our athletics division in 06, we had 12 people who worked in athletics. Today we have 2. As you can imagine, the city has grown in 20 years, and we now have a lot more athletic programs here in the city. And although we don't run those directly, we still have to coordinate with every league, every youth organization here in the city of Columbus. Years ago, we didn't play baseball year-round. Years ago, we didn't play softball year-round or basketball or the sports that we now do. So now it's even more incumbent upon our department to help these leagues than it was 20 years ago. And so the one position that we would request in athletics is a athletic program specialist 3, grade 118, full-time position. It's $39,558. When we're only requesting one of those, that would give us 3 people in athletics. These are the very same people that must work every weekend when we host tournaments or events here in Columbus as well. So not
If
only-
you will, Ms. Browder, we have I'm not sure.
Sorry, I did want to ask a question about aquatics before we moved on. So I know there's aquatics and there's aquatics center. The aquatics budget is already going up 36%, $259,000 for this and what's already included in the budget. Can you explain what's already included in
Sure.
the current budget, the increase?
Sure. So we are going to have to add on additional lifeguards to operate 3 more pools. On average, it takes 25 to 30 people to run any given pool at any given time. We'll have exact numbers once the final design and build-out process occurs, so we'll know exactly. But we're looking at anywhere from 25 to 30 individuals, new individuals to come on. Aquatics is not an area where we have individual positions. It's a pool of money that we have to use for all the wages, and that was the increase there when it comes to aquatics.
And when would those resources start?
We would not need them until next spring. So we wouldn't bring those staff on until about right now because they only, in this fiscal year, it's just the way the budget operates for us. We spend half a year in one fiscal year or operation season and then the other half in the next. So we will spend, March, April, May, June of this year's budget, this coming budget for the aquatics outdoors, and then the following July and August would come out of the following year.
So on an ongoing basis, the addition of the 3 pools is, on an annual basis, is more than the 259? Because it would be spring and summer if you look at it on an annualized basis?
Yes, possibly, yes. Because when we did away with the pools, a lot of the budget was cut. And so this is adding money back that we used to have years ago to be able to do some of these things.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is there an estimated, so what's already in the budget? Is there an estimated annualized increase over the previous year? Or can we get that number?
We don't have that number right off the top of my head. I don't have that number. I'm sure we could get it for you.
Okay.
But we would be talking back about 5 years go back about 2017, 2016, somewhere in there. Because though maybe even 2020, and maybe even 2015 would be the last year that we actually operated all 3 pools.
Got it. I just want to make sure we understand the annualized commitment that we're committing on an ongoing basis.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, that's a really hard number to provide since we're still in the build process right now. We are hoping that it can be a little less. We're hoping that new equipment will be more efficient than it was 20 years ago. And that's been the big question that we've had as we've designed and worked on the build process, is being way more efficient from a operational standpoint, from equipment to chemicals to supplies, and then also what would that placement of staffing look like. But the staffing doesn't typically change based on the pool design we have because it's built almost the same as what we already had. And the numbers we gave are based on what staffing we had to have previously. Because unfortunately, we have to give a number at this point, and so we're doing the best we could based on the information we have at this point.
Got
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Madam Chair, were there any questions about athletics? If not, I'll move forward.
Okay,
So since these pools won't be open for another year, has this request been prorated?
No, because you have to remember it's per fiscal year because we have to request in each fiscal year. So this,
excuse me, Ms. Browder,
did I go off?
there you
Can you
go.
hear me? No, ma'am. We operate in 2 fiscal years, so we have to request the funding to operate in each budgeted fiscal year. So this is the request for this budgeted fiscal year, which would be 24. Then next year, when I come back again, we would be asking for the remainder amount in the next year. Because the pool season splits between budgets. You only operate basically spring to summer through June 30th, and then we start over on July 1. So when the new budgets start July 1, that's the money we use for the next year.
So next year will be higher, because this is just spring to
Okay.
June 30th, and so the next year will be higher because it'll be spring
That's
to
right.
the end of the season.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's just the way it falls, unfortunately. But this is the one area, because it's only summer operated, that we have to go between two budgets. Yes, ma'am.
And what she's saying is correct in terms of it being split between 2 fiscal years because of the summer months. But it essentially equates to being a whole year, because even though it'll be July and August of FY24, you still have to then take into consideration what you'll need from the temporary staff, the part-time staff standpoint for May and June.
Okay,
All right. So then I move to community school staffing. Currently, we're in 14 after-school programs across the city, but we continue to have schools who have come to us and would like for us to be able to offer programs in their schools. We would be requesting 9 activity leaders and 3 site supervisors to assist in that way. We're also looking to possibly grow into one of our rec centers for Hannon Elementary School. And we've been in communication trying to see if that would be a possibility for parents in that neighborhood. They would be bused with the school district to Tillis Recreation Center that's now open. And so we'd like the opportunity to offer those parents. Our goal is to try to offer as many parents and families after-school care to have their kids not be what's called a latchkey child, which is a child that just goes home to an empty home every day. And so, but to do so, we need additional staff to be able to add new schools. We have a new school who just approached us last week, again, another new school that's interested, and we want to be sure that we can handle that. Why ask for more staff? Because we have to manage ratios. Under our state codes and operations, we have so many children per adult or per staff person. We are sticklers for that. We want to make sure that we follow that. And we had students this past year on waiting list just because we couldn't accommodate. But that was not because we didn't have the positions. We did have the positions, we just couldn't get them filled at that point. Since our wages, our part-time wages were raised in February, we've seen a dramatic increase in the applicants that we have received. So we are optimistic and hopeful that we can continue to add more staff, and we'll be able to take all the parents and children that are on waiting list off. Because we've never, in all the years of the department having this program, never had waiting lists quite like we've had this past year. But it was a staffing issue more so than anything else.
Ms. Browder, we do have a couple of questions.
Absolutely.
Counselor Crabb.
Thank you. Since this is schools requesting this, do we, have we approached them to have a co-op program with them, and they assist us in the financial aspect of this?
Well, the financial aspect does, we've paid no rent to them whatsoever. We use their space for no cost, which would be a greater cost for us. And oftentimes, the staff that we do get are their staff. And so it's not necessarily a co-op, but it is the fact that they do encourage their employees, so their teachers, their parapros, their custodians, their staff, to come to work for us, because it's in everyone's best interest, because they know the students at their school. They see them every day, some are in the same classrooms, and so we do it in that way, but it has never been a co-op opportunity. And many times schools have gone out on their own, and for one reason or the other have come back to us for us to run the program.
Okay.
Counselor Davis.
I remember we had talked about this a year in the past. Are we completely fully funding this program again, or is there any type of contributions, revenue contributions coming in?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Are we fully funding this program?
We do receive revenue, and so it's not a free program if that's what you're asking. No,
Yes.
It's a sliding scale program. We're the only after-school program in the city of Columbus that does sliding scale, so it's based on a parent's income, which makes it a lot more appealing and a lot easier for some parents who can't afford some of the more expensive programs. So it gives everybody kind of an equal playing field to have the opportunity for their child to go into a quality after-school care program. And I will tell you, our program, bar none, is a very good quality after-school program from STEM and engineering. That's the focus. And so all of our curriculums, and we do have curriculums and schedules for each, calendars that they do. It's not just throw them a ball and play. That's not what our after-school program is about. They do a lot of enrichment, a lot of education, a lot of homework and the kids don't really recognize a little bit of play because we're more heavy on the education STEAM component. Now, don't get me wrong, they're fun, but they're educational. And that's the focus of our program, more so than it's not gone are the days of kids just going on the playground and playing. That's not our focus. And most of our parents have raved about the changes that we've made in the last 5 years to our after-school programs, because not only in our after-school, but our summer programs are very much the same way. They're very science-based, art, math, engineering-based, to try to give kids a continued, even though they're out of school time, it's still an educational time for them. We just make it fun.
Good, okay. Thank you, and I would encourage, Councilor Crabb mentioned the other, my other concern is that if there's a way of, she used the word co-op, I like that, but if there's a way to encourage some type of partnership with the school district on this, because we are providing a service that does benefit them and help them. It's really after school daycare or care that we're providing, but we do it at a very efficient, effective, productive way. It's a great program, I think. I know in the past we had this conversation many, many years ago during the budget session, and I think at that time we got away and started having the participants contribute based on their ability, which is good. I'm glad. That's why I asked that question. I didn't know where we were.
Absolutely. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention this as well. We also have quite a number of grants that we use in this area as well.
Okay.
We use it to scholarship in some students that otherwise couldn't afford to come. We use it to offset our budget for operational expenses. So we do help ourselves, even if it's not the parents necessarily, but grants are never given from year to year. We are in a grant right now that was a 3-year program through Georgia Recreation and Parks Association, and it came from state. It's actually state education based. Fingers are crossed. They're looking at how to continue it. They did a multi-million-dollar give to Georgia Recreation and Parks for 3 years as a pilot program because they recognize that what other organizations across the state collectively see more children than Parks and Recreation? And there isn't any. The Y, the Boys and Girls Club, Child Care Network, whoever, private entities, there is no other organization that sees as many children as we all do. And so it behooved them to start looking at funding us. And that's what they did. And we had a big ask, and we got the big ask in the millions to do this program over 3 years. And we've started to show the success of how many children we've retained, how many families have we affected. So please understand, to your point, yes, sir, the parents do pay. If we have a few that can't, and I say it's a few, we do scholarship those through the grant. And then we use that grant funding also to help improve our program and offset, so it's not a burden as much on the city.
Well, great. I just want to encourage you to continue to work those grants and partnerships and move on, because it's, with those relationships, we can continue to provide like I said, a very productive service for
Yes, sir.
our
And
children
that's-
and needs of the parents, because parents
Absolutely,
do
and that
have
is our
needs
goal.
today, especially in the workforce. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Madam Budget Chair, if I may add, when we talk about grants, you've also applied for and received grants for military children.
Yes, sir, we do.
Before after-school programs. So if the kids are military, we've got those grants as well.
Yeah.
And so I've seen some significant grants come through
Yes.
on my agenda, $600,000, for example. And then, of course, military, grants for military children, where I don't think they really, the grant takes care, scholarships, the military kids, and pay for them.
Right.
And so that's great. And then I would remind you that we had some serious discussion a few years back where we've got these schools, and if you take a look at the schools, the school district decided they were going to do their own after school program in certain schools. And those certain schools are where parents, they have the ability to pay. We had this conversation, if you recall. And so schools where there was a mixed group of some the ability to pay and then the scale, those are the schools that we were left to handle for before after school program. You remember this? Yeah, we've had this discussion, so I want to be clear that we are we're filling in the gap, if you will, between those for those who, for the mixed group, and I'll just leave it at that. So I want to be clear about the before and after school program. And so the benefit for us in those schools where there are mixed groups in terms of ability to pay, you know, we don't pay for utility. I mean, we get to use their schools, but if you were to do a chart of what schools they have versus what schools we have,
Absolutely.
you will see the difference. There's a very clear difference. I just want to put that out there.
Also, to the city manager's
And let me
point,
just say to the city manager, I really applaud you for that. I remember that conversation because at that time we were struggling to fund budgets and we were 100% funding the program. And then the question came up about, wait a minute, this is, you know, an after-school daycare program. We need to really look at this. So I applaud you and I applaud the director that it looks like we've advanced and we've come a long ways to where we're at. And that's kind of what I wanted to touch on. So I'm just trying to encourage those, you know, those relationships to work to build the program even more. And certainly the grants and the partnerships and that stuff's going to help, because that's just something we couldn't at the time. We could not 100% fully fund that type program out in the community and balance it at the same time. So I applaud you and the director for the progress that we've made. Thank you.
well, and to piggyback on the city manager's point, these are the students that need a place to go. These are the students that would be out doing things that we necessarily would not want them to do because they're bored and they have nowhere to go and nothing to do. And so we see that as our charge and our responsibility to keep the community active and the kids active. And this is just one way we can do it, if only a few hours every day after school. And that's why it's important to us, to his point, to get the different types of scholarships to be able to service all members in our community and all citizens' families, so that all kids aren't left out. And
Councilor
that's our role.
Begley. Councilor Begley.
So I'm a big fan of this. I know I've worked with United Way and Open Door and appreciate the value it adds. I guess, I know we were talking about earlier committing to new personnel as an ongoing expense for each year. Is it possible to budget for a grant writer who specializes in these types of grants and try to find funding from an outside resource? And so that way we're just committing to the grant writer for 1 year rather than the ongoing expense?
A grant writer would be absolutely fabulous. So this division many years ago had its own grant writer. And that is all they did, was write grants for this specific division within our department. You bring up a good question. We used to have 7 full-time or 7 people in this division. Today we have 3. Of that, we lost a grant writer, and that was the only grant writer we had in the department. Having a grant writer would be fabulous for us, because not only could they work on this area, but there's many others. I had a counselor that emailed me last night and said, hey, can we apply for this grant for this and this and this? And I'm like, I would love to, but I'm the grant writer right now. And myself and another staff member, we write the grants as time allows.
And I'm assuming the grant writer pays for themselves based off the grants they receive.
It was not structured that way in the past. Not that it
But I
couldn't,
mean,
but it
in
could.
general, they're getting more grants than
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes. To the city manager's point, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I mean, is that something we can, because I feel like that's like, hey, if there's grants available, we don't try
Absolutely.
to pursue them. Is it less cost for us? Is it bigger ROI to, even if it's a commissioned grant writer or in-house, whatever, that's.
Sure. Absolutely. Again, as I mentioned when I first started, we have a lot of needs. So we have to sort of pick and choose on some of them, but a grant writer absolutely has always been on our wish list. A grant writer would be fabulous. I mean, we don't have one as a department and should, because so many grants we could apply for.
Councilor Davis.
That's a great point, Counselor Begley. Mr. City Manager, I'd like to, is there a way that we can look into maybe creating a new department to the point of maybe overall looking at ways that we can have that type of service at the hands of directors and other employees that we can, you know, I'm thinking that it could pay for itself at the same time, add benefits, great benefits to our city. I don't want to miss out on grants out there, and I've heard a lot of people talk about recently, there's a lot of money out there. Are we getting our fair share, or are we missing out? And possibly, to the counselor's point, you know, maybe having in general department that assists all our government needs may be very beneficial. I
agree
be
that,
weighed, I think.
I agree to your point that, and Councilor Begley, that it would be beneficial. I would not recommend a grant writer in every single department, obviously, because you could have one in Public Works and one at Parks and Rec and one at Police and Fire, but a small grant writing division, a section where that's all they do is concentrate, look for, apply for, go after grants. And they're doing it for Parks and Rec and for departments throughout the government, to include elected officials. I think certainly that would be beneficial because, I mean, just think about over the last, since COVID, the grant funding that we have received, you know, 80 million alone in ARP, and then CARES Act before that, you know, 10 million, and the list goes on, and we are collecting, we are actually receiving, I think we're doing well, and I think it came out in our external audit, I think more than $8 million. I just think about Metra. And I've said to you time and time again, I mean, they keep getting a 4 million here, 8 million there, 25 million here, and just grants. And so, to your point, just to sum it up, close it, a small, to Councilor Begley, and to your point, it would do us very well, I think. And in fact, before you spoke, the finance director leaned at me and said, we need one that works for the whole city. Yeah, pardon? Just like, yeah, like Randy. But, so yeah, to your point, that is something that we would love to see at some point.
Okay, Ms. Browder, if you will, we need to move on.
Absolutely. Staffing needs, like Oliver Marina. We reopened the marina in fiscal year '09. At that time, we have 4 employees. We still have 4 employees. We desperately need a full-time person added to that staff to help cover the hours. We currently only have 1 full-time staff person there, and you're going to hear a trend very shortly about the full-time status in our department. But we desperately need another marina tech or a marina tech that's full-time there at their location. And a marina tech is $36,520.51 is the cost for a marina tech.
Say that again.
Yes, ma'am. $36,520.51.
Okay.
Our Ma Rainey House Museum. Thank you to those of you who are able to join us during Georgia Cities Week. You can see how popular the Ma Rainey House is now. Especially now that we've added her Grammy to the house. And so we would request 1 additional museum support specialist part-time. We currently have 1 person that's part-time. They handle all tours, operating hours, upkeep of the facility. And so we would like to request 1 additional to be able to help service the tours. We get a lot of groups that Columbus Visitors Bureau brings to us. We get a lot of school groups, both locally and away from here. We've had kids come from Atlanta and other areas to come visit the house. And so it's really a struggle with only one part-time person. So it would be great if we had the opportunity to add another part-time museum support specialist.
Do you have a figure for that?
I do not, and I apologize.
Okay.
I thought I did, but I'm not seeing it quickly enough to provide it to you.
All right.
Now we move to park services. Park services over time has lost one of the larger amounts of staffing. In fiscal year '05, we had 92 park service employees. Today, we have 68. As you can imagine, we have not taken on less space to maintain. We have taken on more space to maintain in that number of years. Yet we have 24 less employees to do what we were doing 20 years ago. So these are I'm gonna try to go through these as quickly as possible. I won't go into the details on the numbers, Madam Chair, since the finance manager is pulling those numbers, and I do apologize. But I put together the program yesterday, my presentation yesterday, unfortunately. So in an essence of time, I did leave that out. But I wanted you all to know what we currently have versus what we're asking for, so you could kind of get to see. You're also going to see in many of our areas, we no longer have what's called a dedicated crew. A lot of times you all ask me questions about our parks and ask, what's going on or why is it not cut? We no longer have a lot of dedicated crews. Dedicated crews are the people that are assigned just to work that park. So starting with Lake Bottom Park, it has a dedicated crew. It has one supervisor and three park maintenance workers. We're asking for 3 more maintenance workers. If you go to Lake Bottom Park and look at Lake Bottom Park, we can barely get what we have to do. And it's not done quickly. We get a lot of complaints from the league and Peach League that's there and some of the other users because we just can't keep up. The park is so large and the capacity for users has immensely increased over the years. That, if you will, is our central park of Columbus, Georgia, and probably gets the highest volume of use per capita across the city. Britt David Park is another park that has dedicated crew. It has the same current staffing. It has 1 supervisor and 3 park maintenance worker 1s. We're asking for 3 additional park maintenance worker 1 positions to be added. Motor equipment operators. So in our department, motor equipment operators are those that run bush hogs and the tractors and the heavier equipment because we can't go to Heath Park or Flat Rock Park, obviously, and cut with a regular lawnmower. Those parks are too large capacity-wise. We don't have the equipment and the smaller equipment to do so, so it has to be done with larger equipment. This is also our area that has our trash truck driver. So for those who are not aware, the Parks and Recreation Department, we manage all of our own trash. That is not managed by Public Works, which means that every park, every Parks and Recreation facility, rec center, senior center, the marina, Cooper Creek, you name it, every ball field, anything that falls under Parks and Recreation is the responsibility of Parks and Recreation for trash. We get dinged a lot often about the parks and trash. We have 1 trash truck driver. We have 1 trash truck. And that's our MEO 3 position. So we would be requesting additional MEO operators. We would request 3 MEO 3s. Those are CDL positions. That's what we're asking an additional trash truck driver from to be able to help most of our year because of the volume of trash, because the leagues start playing early and they play all year except for a very small portion. We run our trash truck 7 days a week. We have to.
We have a question from Councilor Crabb.
Yes, ma'am.
So it seems there's a lot of overlap between this and Public Works. Did you used to cooperate with Public Works or it's always been separate?
It's always been separate. It's just gotten to the point, fortunately for us, for a very, very, very long time, we had 1 employee who did not mind working 7 days a week. I mean, literally, he worked 7 days a week. He very rarely took a day off. He is no longer with us. It has made the burden even harder to find a trash truck driver. So right now we platoon 2 individuals and they're not supposed to be the trash truck drivers. They're supposed to be doing other duties and responsibilities, but we don't have a choice because we just don't have enough staff. So that's why we're requesting some additional assistance so we can cover, because if they're running a trash truck, that means they're not cutting grass in a big park or in an area that we need them to be doing other labor and running other equipment.
So this request is for 2 park maintenance worker 1.
This is for a request for 3 MEO 1s, 2 MEO 2s.
No, I'm talking about the ball field crew.
Oh, ball field crew is totally different. Ball field crews are our crews that travel all over town. So
But you're only asking for 2 park maintenance
Yes.
workers in that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. But to your question, Counselor Crabb, yes, we are asking for more because we've always been the one. As far back, I mean, at least until 2005 and probably beyond that, we've always only been the one to get our trash.
It always seems like, it seems to me that there's some interdepartmental assistance that could be happening to help support,
They do
Well-
support
Well,
us.
if I may, so your garbage truck driver, waste collection driver,
Yes, sir.
is funded from integrated
It
waste.
is, yes.
So while it's funded from integrated waste over at Public Works, they work for and report to Holly because they are focused on, you've got 52 parks and buildings and facilities where you're collecting trash.
Yes, sir.
And so Drail Short does not need to be directing them to those parks, and they're responsible to Holly because that's her thing. And so if you are going to add an additional driver, then of course it would be added in the integrated waste fund that's over in Public Works, but they will report to Holly. I just want, so there is some coordination there. It's just that Drail is not responsible for collecting trash in parks and keeping them clean. They need to be talking to Holly. And,
Okay.
and when we see those parks in that shape, we don't, where the garbage is not collected, overflowing, I don't call Drail, I call Holly. So they do coordinate in that it's paid for over here, but they work for her.
okay, and is there a possibility that some of the, you know, the park maintenance workers, I mean, doesn't Public Works have, maintenance workers that work on the right-of-ways and they drive, mowers and they take care of that stuff? So is there a possibility that they could work together, or are they all just bombarded trying to keep
They are
everything?
bombarded, you know. I was talking to someone this morning and they said, I just saw a truck with mowers on it. They need to be over here mowing the grass, the right of way on where I live. And so, you know, you heard Deputy City Manager Goodwin, when you see the overgrown right of way, something I don't like to hear, but they'll tell you, well, we're only able to get around 3 times a year in every area and mow the right of way in your area, 3 times a year. Well, we know when it rains this week, you mowed it this week, and it rains for 2 days next week, it needs to be mowed again.
Right.
But we're only gonna do 3 times a year in certain, in areas, all right? So we just don't have enough, is my point.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Crabb, also, I would make mention, because you brought up about mowing, please
I'm
understand.
sorry, Ms. Browder, we need to move,
Okay.
okay?
Cleaning crews. In the city of Columbus, we clean 68 bathrooms every day. And most of the year, we clean them 7 days a week. Currently, we have 7 people to clean 68 bathrooms every day across the city. That could be from going from the north end of town to the south end of town and all over. We have a total of 7 people. We would request 3 additional park maintenance worker positions to build another crew, which is what we did have years ago, to assist, so we could have 3 crews instead of 2 to be able to clean bathrooms in the city of Columbus. Woodruff Farm Soccer, you can see here what we currently have. We are requesting 2 park maintenance worker 1s to aid in that. This complex has approximately 2,000 children that play every day. year-round, except for a very small portion of the summer. We need additional staff to help maintain it, pick up trash, cut, line, so there's the need for Woodruff Farm Soccer. South Commons, as you know, I've discussed and come before council many times, told you we operate tournaments probably about 90% of the year, every weekend. Our staff never get a break. They work many parts of the year, 7 days on, with very little time or no time off at all. We would be requesting 4 more park maintenance workers because they maintain all of South Commons, the A.J. McClung, all the grass inside, all the ball fields that have to be lined, dragged, cut, you name it. And I only have 5 people to do that. Moving crew, anytime you have a special event here in the city and you want a stage set up or something special done, or anything in general that some of our other staff, carpenters or people can't get to, these are the guys that do it. These are the crew that you will see and many of them have been with us many years. But we currently have 3 people. We're asking for an additional person, which we used to have, to help that crew to be able to do their work better. Recreation services, back in 2002, when I started with the department, every rec center, back then there were 7, everybody had 2 full-time staff, which you should have, and part-time staff, and we had between 8 and 10 part-time staff. Today we have 1 full-time staff, and we're very lucky if we have 4. Many have only 2 or 3 positions for part-time staff. So we would be asking to refund or re-add those positions that we originally had in the department, and the areas I've listed here where we would request those. So you'll see a mix of recreation, seniors, and our Britt David Pottery Studio. We are trying to get us back to where the department was so that we can offer for the community what they need.
Is that 12 recreation specialists too?
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought so, yes.
Okay.
Again, here's what I just mentioned a moment ago. In addition to the full-time staff, I also mentioned to you that we are missing part-time staff. We need 46 part-time people to be added back to us, and I'm going to explain why in the next slide, I believe. But we've lost 29, but in that time, we lost 29. We also added Boxwood Recreation Center. We also added Tillis Recreation Center, and we are looking to make some additional changes down the road that would require us to add back the staff to operate hours needed for the community. The additional staff would allow us to take our facilities back to when they were built in 99 and 2000, meaning the super centers, when we were able to have longer hours. We were able to accommodate the seniors in the morning at these rec centers. We were able to keep the kids off the street in the evenings and the afternoons, the weekends, and give people a place to go. Our current hours are 11 to 7, Monday through Friday, and on Saturdays 2 to 6, and we're closed on Sunday. That is not what we used to be. We used to be 7 days a week, and I would recommend that we go back to that in an effort to give people a place to go, give people opportunities and programs and things to do. And the only way we can do it is with the staff to manage the hours, taking us to a Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Saturday from 12 p.m. Yes, it does say 12 a.m., but that will give us an opportunity to get people off the street. They can come play basketball, do things in these gyms instead of being other places, which is what we used to do. We weren't open till 12 a.m. because things were a little different 20 years ago, but it's probably needed. And in a conversation I recently had with some of the other local agencies, the Y, Boys and Girls Club, Girls Inc., we see the need to give people a place to go at least 1 day a week on the weekends to get people off the street. And then on Sundays, it would be nice to have a place for families or kids in general to go and have something to do. And so that's why they ask for the staff. But we can't do it without the staff. But we can bring back your hours. We can give the community what they continue to ask for, but we got to have staff. Capital needs are pretty self-sufficient, self-explanatory here, and they go on and on. Many of these, if not all of these, are things that we've asked for in the past and things that we need. And they are listed in order of priority. So we've already done that this year, but there are a lot of needs you will see, from vehicles to equipment to scoreboards, stoves.
Do we have that list printed anywhere? Quite frankly, I can't read what's on that screen.
I can print copies for them all. Yeah, I can email. I will. I can give it to you
It's hard
electronically.
it's really hard to try
Sure.
to decide
Well, there's
whether or
just
not
so
we're going
many.
to fund something if we don't know what you're asking for.
Sure. But it's the same things we've asked for previously.
Well, I don't have that list either.
Okay. Equipment mowers, it's equipment and mowers for the most part, but as we go further through, again, most of it's equipment, mowers, vehicles, equipment and facilities. But I do want to draw attention to the very last page because I know that time is short. A lot of people have asked us about scoreboards. So we are asking for scoreboards that need to be replaced. We are asking for playgrounds. We have not received any capital money, at least in the last 10 years, maybe longer, to replace playgrounds. And we have playgrounds that can no longer be replaced. If you go out and look at playgrounds that have been replaced, they have been used, funding has been spent through community reinvestment. I have worked, and the department has worked very closely with them since 2015 to replace playgrounds. However, the only way we can use the funding is they must fall within a specific census tract. Many of our playgrounds left that have not been replaced do not fall in those areas. Shirley Winston Park, Lake Bottom Park, just to mention a couple, do not fall in that area. So we are requesting playground funding that we have not received in a very, very long time to make those replacements. And I think those were the highlights for the capital. And any additional questions?
I don't see any. I'm not sure your mic is on.
Usually a good thing. Now, I went to a meeting just last night, and it was a public safety meeting, and one of the primary topics was recreation opportunities to get the kids off the streets and doing something less destructive. And I explained to them that our biggest challenge is personnel. If we could find personnel to go to work, we could open some more of these places up. And I'm also going to make a pitch for the therapeutic center. We have a lot of adults in our community that are disabled, and once they get out of school age, the school turns them loose. There's no place for them to go. And we have been without a therapeutics manager, I think, for quite some time, and it's, or at least greatly scaled down. So when we think of Parks and Rec, it covers such a broad spectrum. And I just wanted to say that to kind of add some support for some of the gaps in what we're trying to do for the public. So thank you.
I think what we, unless there are other questions, I think what we will do, Ms. Browder, is to ask the finance director to get us a list. Most of we only got 3 figures of positions that you need, and there's a lot of stuff on this list. And so before we go to whether or not we will add any of this, Ms. Alexandra, can we get that this morning?
You want the total or you want it by position?
You know, everybody else has given us an individual figure so that we can decide, do we want to do 3 full-time maintenance people at Lake Bottom, or do we want to do motor equipment operator, you know, that kind of stuff.
We have it, she has it by position.
Well, we don't,
Well, she,
and we're the ones that have to make this decision, Mr. City Manager.
well, I understand, and she can share by position right now with you if you'd like.
Can it be printed?
Yes,
Okay, would you please make copies and give it to the council?
Yeah.
And we will move on.
yeah,
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Madam Budget Chair, I'm just going to take this opportunity while I have it to mention a couple needs that citizens have requested, and then I want to add a matter to the list that we've been talking about. But Director Browder, could you, and I don't know, maybe it's a funding need, I'm not sure, but I know that the pump at Lake Oliver Marina has been out for a while, and we're coming into that season where the marina's being used a lot, and I'm getting a lot of people calling me about fuel needs.
I believe that was fixed a few weeks back. I can double check on that, but my understanding was that was already repaired.
Well, I just heard about it, and they said it's still out, so it's
Okay.
been, and they've said it's been several months now. I don't know if that's a funding need.
I don't believe
or-
so. I know at one point the company, because we have one company that services those pumps, and they had were waiting on some parts, but my understanding was they had refixed it and had gotten
Okay.
those parts in to do, but I will double check and follow up.
Okay, and then the second request is, would you have somebody, I had some calls from Pioneer Little League, the baseball team there about needs of practicing. It's a local team. they have requested about facilities. It seems like, from their perspective, outside entities are coming into our community and utilizing our fields, and they're local, so there's a concern about use of the fields. Could you look into that for me,
We
please?
have, my understanding is there was some miscommunication from the Pioneer. Are we talking Little League or we're talking the Dixie
I think
program?
it is Little League, right?
Okay.
Or is it,
I'm not
different
aware of
league?
the Little League. I'll look
Babe
into
Ruth,
that.
maybe?
It was Babe Ruth.
Okay.
And we have clarified that with the president of the West Georgia baseball program to clarify what their responsibilities
Good,
were.
I got that call 2 days ago, so.
Yeah. We worked on that. They were under misinterpretation that it was their responsibility, and we have since corrected that.
Okay.
So that the staff from our department will schedule that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I would like, Madam Budget Chair, to add one day of reserve, which is 600,000. I've talked to the director about this, and I think I've talked many times at council. We've all talked about the need to take care of our facilities, the maintenance on the fields. And it's somewhat, I think it'd be managed earmark line item category within the department, that if there are volunteers out there that are fixing the fields, utilizing, doing services that, essentially are helping us and covering where the city just cannot meet those needs randomly all over the city, whether it's tennis, baseball, softball, football, other needs that are out there, whether it's clay, whether it's grass, those kind of things, needs that are on the field itself. I'm not talking about infrastructure outside, what I would call outside the lines. I think Director Browder knows exactly what I'm talking about. But if they can provide sufficient invoices where they've done the work and they made the improvements and all, that we can make those reimbursements. We just need to earmark some funds to see if if we can do that, and I'd like to put that in there, Madam Budget Chair, that that we help and assist to keep our facilities top notch, especially the playing surfaces for the children. And I think that's a start, and and let it be managed out of Parks and Recs, and see how that program goes, because we do need to we just need to be there in partnership with our volunteers and helping them any way possible, especially with if they're willing to do the maintenance and the workload and taking care of.
Did you have a dollar amount?
One day, 600.
$600,000 for that?
Yeah. And I say that because when you start, it's across the board. It's all of them.
I understand. Okay. It's 600,000 reimbursing volunteers for their time and materials.
With proper invoicing and,
Yeah.
documents, and that can be
Okay.
handled and managed through the department.
Okay, it's on the list. Thank you, Ms. Browder. We are now ready to move to Bull Creek, and the golf director, Mr. Jim Ardent, is here. Welcome, Mr. Ardent. Appreciate it.
And Madam Chair, she is providing you with a list of all the positions that Director Browder noted and the
Thank you.
cost.
That mic, there we go.
Yeah, good morning.
You're good.
So my request today is basically, is a budget neutral add and delete request. In the proposed budget that had been received, there was basically $55,300 that had been approved for, or not approved, but, in the budget to go before the council for approval. And it is my request to replace.
I'm sorry, it was 55,300 for,
55,300.
for,
So it was for items, it was for items at Godwin Creek, and it was for a maintenance intern. So items that we had requested, although they were not the top priority.
okay.
And the item that we would like, so we would like to delete those, and we would like to add a marketing manager. So, and the marketing manager would be a salary of $45,000, which I believe we had total cost. 58,000. 58,000 was the benefits cost, full benefits.
Okay,
So, Madam Budget Chair, what he is requesting is basically to reallocate about 58,000 from operating to person, and 58,000 from operating and removal of a part-time maintenance intern position. You redistributing that money to a full-time marketing position. So it is a budget neutral request, and we can work with the Golf Authority and Director Jim Art in terms of the redistribution. But the request on the add delete list would be to delete the maintenance intern and remove the funding for Godwin Creek, and to add a full-time marketing manager at 58,000.
okay. Is there a consensus around the table to put that on the add delete list? Okay, we will put that on the add delete list and handle that in just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arden. Next, we have our tax commissioner, Commissioner Lula Huff, with the Tax Commissioner's Office. Welcome, Ms. Huff.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I know you all have this arduous task of deliberating and preparing the budget for 2014. But I come bearing good news to you, okay? So I'm pretty excited about that, so I can make you smile a little bit, Madam Budget Chair Judy Thomas. Excuse me just a second. David, James is going to work the slides for me. Okay, the very first sheet there is just an introductory statement to you. I'm going to wait a couple of minutes because you guys don't have yours either, do you? Presentation? Okay. David, please. All right, back to that. That very first letter that you have there is just an introductory as to what's required of our office and council. What I want to share with you is actually that next sheet, James, please, which says manpower versus additional revenue. And hopefully, if you can just follow along with me on this one, my presentation is very short, and I can go sit down, and we won't have to go through the rest of the pages. I am requesting 3 positions, and the reason for those being is that we need some analytical and computer skills in the office that we don't currently have, and it's affecting our operations drastically. It amounts to $184,410, which includes both salaries and benefits. However, I have found you some additional revenues that are not in your budget currently. And it comes as a result of the TAVIT revenues that we collect. The rate previously for the past roughly 4 or 5 years has been 6.6%. It is going up July 1 to 7%. Those additional dollars are going to amount to an additional amount of $659,693 that you will have additionally to spend that you don't currently have in your budget right now. In addition to that, our office by law under House Bill 386 receives an administrative fee of 1% of that amount. So you get an additional $6,894. It's up to 1%, I'm sorry. And so that total amount that you'll receive is the $659,693. We only need $184,410. The remainder of it, which is approximately $475,000, you have available to you to spend as you want as you go through this addition and deletion list. And you have to make those decisions as to where you're going to get the monies to carry on the additional functions. Those funds are available to you. Okay, so that's all of my good news for you. Then the next page there talks about the manpower of the office and comparing it to other counties of like population size as we are that do the same kind of work that we do. And we're using Richmond, Chatham, and Macon-Bibb. Richmond is a consolidated government. It has a population now based on the 2020 census of 202,000 compared to our 207,000. Naturally, Chatham is larger. It is at 296,000. Macon-Bibb consolidated government is at 157,000. When we look at tax offices, we only have one location, and we're able to compete with them in trying to get our services out, but we're not as fast with our citizens as we would like to be, even though we've taken into consideration to automate our office and come in with kiosks in 2 locations within the city to help relieve some of the workload that we have. But you'll see that Richmond has 3, Chatham has 4, Macon, who is only 2/3 the size and population as we are, and they have 2 offices. We have a very large military presence at Fort Moore, and there's 13,000 more people that out there that we service. What's important to realize about the military population is that the county doesn't receive any funds for motor vehicle registrations that we have to handle for the military also, but we do have to provide that service to them, and we're proud to do that. But that is an additional service that has to be supplied to them. When we look at the head counts, I've been here 20+ years. My head count number hasn't changed. We've moved people, and we've tried to cover the fact that we don't have that skill set that we need. But we're still at 30. Richmond has same population size. They have 50 people. We only have 30. That's 20. You know, if you got 4 or 5 difference in people, I'm okay with that. But when they've got almost twice as many people as we have, that's pretty significant, and it's affecting us. We've been able to function at a minimum capacity up until this point, but now it's impacting what's happening in our office. Chatham has 46 employees more than we have, and even Macon, that is 2/3 the size of Columbus, has 12 employees more than we do. So what's the impact of not having sufficient funds? If you go over to that next page, it's going to limit our ability to perform statutory functions, our duties. Our internal controls are weakened. There's delays in reporting to the county, schools, state, and auditors, and this is already happening. All of these things are. Billing and collection delays. Supervision is limited because we're moving supervisors to handle the frontline jobs that are taking place, and our first line of response in the office is to serve those citizens that are directly in front of us. And that pulls supervision away from doing training. It pulls them away from handling more difficult situations and trying to meet deadlines and doing analytical work. You're going to have fewer tax sales, and you may have no tax sales. If we don't have any tax sales, that means you won't get any additional cash coming in. It can affect your cash flow, as you know. It can affect your bond ratings, and they could be jeopardized. It doesn't mean that you won't get the money. It just means you won't get it now. Personal property tax collections will be delayed.
Can I speak to the tax sale question? Yes. Can you clarify how the additional 3 resources specifically will impact the number of tax sales per year?
I can put my person that collects delinquent tax sales back on tax sales. I can't do it.
Okay, so they're being pulled in other, okay.
Exactly, you hit it on the head.
Do you have an estimated count of the backlog of properties eligible for the tax sale that have not been to the tax sale?
David, do we have a rough number? I can tell you that if we can put someone back on them full-time, and it really takes 2 individuals to do it, so I don't have anybody there, you probably have about $3 million. I can get you this year.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to understand the backlog.
We,
Both-
we have those numbers, we
Yeah.
just don't have them in front of us now.
Right, and so when you do that, if you can also provide, here's the backlog now with the additional resource, we think the backlog will be whatever, right? Like how big, showing how big an impact that additional resource has to the backlog, that would be helpful.
Roughly, I will tell you, it'll be about 3 million. And I say that because what we'll do is we will always go, what we try to do to help the cash flow immediately is that we go over the larger tax sales, that we're going to get the biggest bang for the buck. So if somebody's got a delinquent taxes out there that are owed, let's say they're $30,000 versus someone who owes $1,000. We're going to go after first the one that has the $30,000 that's owed back to us. The amount of time that it takes to do that is the same regardless if it's $1,000 or it happens to be the $30,000.
So I understand what you're saying is the total amount of backlog. I guess my question is, if you add the resource, do you expect that entire backlog to go away or just a portion of it? I'm trying to figure out like.
Just a portion of it. And the percentage you're talking about is difficult to say because I've got to look at, the numbers will give you a different number than the dollar value will give you. It will, I can tell you, it will not go away entirely, okay? What it will do, if you're looking in terms of the effect on it, having that person on board, having those individuals on board, because I need help with technology. Another part of this is IS World, which is run by Tyler Technologies. Delinquent taxes pulls off of that system. If that system is, we can't get financial reporting out of it, okay? We don't have, and what that means for us is that we don't have programmers on board. It takes us right now, in order to get data from Tyler Technologies, who supports the tax assessors and the tax commissioner's office, if we want reports out of them, we have to put in a request to Tyler Technologies to generate those reports for us. A report coming from them, because they're a national organization, computer company, is put into a bank of, or a population of requests for the whole country, wherever they're located. It's not like they're located here and they can just move us up the list. It takes us 3 weeks, up to 3 weeks, to get them to answer a question or develop a report for us that we can utilize. Delinquent taxes is tied into that. We can't pull a report out. We've got right now waiting. It's been, I guess, over 3 weeks now that we're waiting for a report to come back. If I've got people that I can dedicate and have that knowledge, and it's got to be more than one, okay? Because as soon as I train them, they're gone, okay? We have a high turnover rate. So you don't have anyone else in that organization that can backfill right away and help. So we've got a twofold, threefold problem that's happening here with us. We don't have that expertise. And yes, you are right that having these individuals will be there and it will affect delinquent taxes. But I'm at the point now, with what limited knowledge we have, we can't even get our response back. We've gone out to the city's IT department. Please use your connections that you have with Tyler to see if you can't help us out. But not having that technology, we can't run reports. I can't update. I can't guarantee that the numbers are correct because I can't pull that data out. It's sitting there. It's generating the bills. We can tell you what your collections is, but we can't do analytical work, period. So I need it twofold. I need that technology. I need that technology. Before, when we operated, when I first came on board, OASIS was the governing software for our operation. It handled collections, it handled billings, it did our paperwork, our analytical reporting that we got out, but it was generated through OASIS. We don't have that anymore. And OASIS was run by the IT department of the city. So when Oasis went away, we lost that support entirely. We only have us, and our operations were never set up to be programmers. That's why supposedly we thought that Tyler was going to provide that for us, and it has not.
So I do want to make sure I know I'm focused on backlog, but I think if we're looking at funding, I'd be very interested in understanding the backlog, both from a dollar value and a number of properties, because even some of those where the amount's very small, that could be a property that is, if it's abandoned, it could have crime there. And so ideally getting that through the tax sale, getting that through the backlog, even if it's a small amount, I think it's helpful for the community. So that's, I think from our perspective, looking at funding it, understanding what is the total backlog and what do the new resources have on that backlog, it makes it easier for us to justify the additional resource.
We could do that for you.
Okay.
I don't know if I can get it to you. I probably won't be able to get it to you in time enough for this session, though.
Okay.
Ms. Huff,
Can't pull the reports.
excuse me.
Yes.
Could you give the mayor pro tem a copy of the
Oh,
material? that-
absolutely.
I don't think he received that on
Yep.
his place.
We'll be glad to.
Thank you.
In addition to the things that we're talking about here,
We have one
oh,
more question, if you will.
I'm sorry.
Councilor Garrett, did you have a?
Okay. Thank you. Let's see, where do we want to? I'm still on the impact of not having sufficient funds available. And we've talked about technology, and we've talked about IS World and Tyler, which tied right into that. Another area that you want to consider, and you're thinking about, well, how are you going to warrant whether or not this is feasible or not? We do homestead audits. Homestead audit removes the property and puts it back on the books at a higher value than it was previously because, take, for example, the freeze. When the freeze, as you know, your property values are frozen in at that value. When we can go in and do homestead audits, we're actually taking them out of the freeze and putting the properties back on your digest for taxable values. We calculate that for every one that we can take off and put back on the books, it brings you an additional $1,600 in taxes, okay? We have ranged between $700 to $1,700 on homestead audits we can do. So do we increase that number? Yes. The more people we have that we can make available to do these homestead audits, these individuals, because you can automate a lot of the process that they have to go through, will generate you additional revenues every year. What can be sensitive to you also is the digest and the timing of the digest and the amount of work that goes into preparing that digest in time enough for your October 1 and your December 1 payments that are due. This past year, we went into the waivers and the refunds because of the delay in getting corrections made by Tyler Technologies, which delayed the sending out of the bills and the payments on that, which cost my office, it took us from March until we just completed up all of the paperwork to issue the refunds and take care of the waivers for them. Every bit of 90 days to do that. That pulled us from everything else to try to do that. But these are things that you don't you don't see that goes on behind the scene. The last thing is succession planning. We have no succession planning. We're just trying to exist from day to day right now. In one period of, I think it was less than about a year or two, we lost 3 accountants, okay? I had to start all over again, okay? That is difficult when you're talking about handling the kind of money that we handle, okay? I would be concerned. If you go to the next page, I'm going to show you the kind of revenues. You ask if it's justifiable. I want you to look at the revenues that we've been bringing in and the dollars that by law were supposed to come to the tax commissioner's office to subsidize the work that we were doing that was beyond what we had before, that we never got any additional help for. We have just beyond the property taxes, which we collect for you now, we collect for 2024, it's 28.9% of your revenues for the budget that you're looking at. We collect that. We're bringing that in with the minimum number of people that we have in comparison to the other counties. The additional revenues that we brought in looking at FY22 numbers, because the 23 numbers are not available. The tag office in itself, because of its penalties and lapse fees, was $511,000. The property tax office, bringing in the same kind of fees, was $738,000. Commissions, we get 2.5% of the commission to collect the taxes for the school district. That doesn't come back to us. That's almost $3 million this year. We also get bid commissions and a small bit coming in from the state. Those total commissions in itself are $3 million in 2022. These were the numbers from then. Our budget in 2022 was $1.7 million. So, I mean, in just those revenues that we're bringing in beyond the property tax collection, and especially the commissions itself that are supposed to be geared towards the collection of the taxes for the school district, would more than cover our expenses for operating the office. And the split between what we collect for the school district and the city is almost 50-50. Thank you. It's almost 50-50 in its collection. So actually, 50% of our costs would come from the city anyway, because we're collecting it for you. But just the commissions alone from the tax from the school district is more than enough to cover our operations within the city. Excuse me. Also, our budget does not account for the fact that we get $1 on postage, we get delinquent tax administration fees, FIFA fees, and advertising revenues. These are all revenues that come back into the city. And because the way the budget is set up, it doesn't offset our budget, okay? We spend these expenses, but we get them back, okay? The taxpayers pay on their motor vehicle registration $1 on postage, okay, towards us sending their registrations back to them. Well, it shows up as an expense on us, but it doesn't show up as here's $1 coming in for what we're having to spend to send it back out. Things like FIFA and advertising costs directly related to delinquent tax sales. When we bring that in, it offsets and it's collected at the time we do a tax sale. That doesn't show up, but the expenses show up. Law specifically addressing the revenues to compensate us for the work, and it's specifically written that way in the law itself, is there's commissions there, insurance lapse fees that come through, $63,000, administrative fees for Tabit is $119,000, and that was for FY22. So those are sources of revenues that we've been generating beyond property tax and motor vehicle collections every single year that has been utilized elsewhere. And I realize that we don't have that discretion to demand that those things come to us. But the law does say that we should be given the funds in order to carry out our duties as constitutional officers, and I've given you many of those instances. The next sheet there shows where our other budgetary expenditures go to, so I don't really have anywhere that I can take that money elsewhere and give it to you. It's all listed there, and they're all by laws. Every single one of them are things that we have to do by law. So I've given you, no, I don't have anything to delete. I have given you additional revenues, more revenues than I really need for those 3 positions that are being requested. And I've given you, beyond that, I've given you almost $500,000 that you can use elsewhere. We are in need, desperate need. I never come to you when I didn't really need something and I could justify what we need, and that's what we're asking for today. We need those analytical individuals, so we don't need just manpower. I don't need heads. I need people with computer skills, and they're analytical to do my job, and that's what I'm requesting.
Okay. The tax commissioner has requested $184,410 be allocated to those 3 positions. And we have added that to the list by Councilor Crabb. Is it, Councilor Davis, are you on the list? Okay.
Madam Tax Commissioner, I just wanted to help me remember, I think in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of requests made, and I can't remember if it's been personnel or just increase in salaries. Can you help me remember? I mean, last year, didn't we add some positions?
No, I haven't had
didn't?
positions added. I had them reclassified. Thank you.
So we
Right.
added to the salaries. Okay, that's my question for you. Madam Finance Director, Ms. City Manager, either one of you can answer this, but just, this is an in general question, okay? And I'm just gonna use this opportunity to bring it out, but, you know, last week, we had a lot of requests for new personnel, new positions with salary amounts that come to us. They're on the ad list. One of the things that I failed to ask, and why I ask it today, is that we just went through, a new pay plan study, a study with Evergreen, and certainly all the positions across the government were studied. I mean, I'm trying to ask myself, how do these requests and the amount that's being put before us and funding, how it equates or how it relates to the study, and are they in the appropriate places based on that study? Because I don't want to get caught in the end around where, you know, all of a sudden we've bypassed all this work that's been done throughout the government. So that's my question in general on all these salaries and needs. New ones. Of course, I know on the judicial branch side, there's some other connecting variables that fund these positions, but I'm just talking about the ones we're funding that are coming out of the pay plan. You understand my question?
Well, I'm not sure, but let me just say this, that the pay classification study looked at internal, external equity and to make sure that we are where we should be based on positions internally, externally in other communities of similar size. I think what we are getting, what I'm hearing, what I heard last week and what I'm hearing today, they're asking not about pay, they're asking for new positions.
Correct.
And so our study did not determine whether Commissioner Huff needs 4 more positions or Clerk Forte needs 3 more positions. They are determining that they need these additional positions based on our current situation with, in clerk's office, the number of cases going through and additional arrests being met, just the caseload, and judges are asking for, one judge asked for an additional judge, pro tem, based on the number of cases. So what I'm hearing that's coming before you has to do with additional needs in terms of positions and not about pay, which is what the pay study was about.
Right, but what you're telling me is that the pay study does not already accommodate those kind of requests based on their positions.
No.
These are brand-new positions, recreated, and what you're telling me is they have to be restudied.
Well, if they are not a position
not
that,
on the- they're
if
not
they're
listed
not
on
a
the pay
position
plan.
currently in our system, they would have to do, complete the job assessment to the JAT, and it would have to go to be reviewed and classed.
Well, let me ask it this way. Wouldn't some of these positions be equivalent to what's already in the
In some
pay
cases,
plan?
in some cases,
So you would know what that number
yes.
is? Okay,
Yes, sir.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
If the clerk is
Jim.
asking for 3 more deputy clerk twos, well, we already know what that position should be, and that's
Well,
not,
I guess from a council perspective, we really don't know. We really don't know what I just asked you and how, unless we're just to assume that they're all in line.
yeah, and if you approve
I don't know
some,
the answer to that
yeah,
question.
if you approve a position that's not in our system, then we are going to require the elected official or department head have them complete a job assessment tool that tells us everything about that position, the percentage of time spent doing certain categories of work, and then we will have that position assessed and graded.
Do you see my sensitivity towards that?
I do.
I really don't want to be perceived as an end around or a way to get around the appeals process or whatever when it's already been defined.
I understand.
You know, I think that's,
And if
I
that,
don't know if we're thinking about that,
If-
but
if
I'm
that is,
sensitive to that.
if that is what I saw or last week, or week before, and today, I would bring that to your attention, that it's a workaround. I don't think these are workarounds. They're just asking for additional positions.
Okay, well, we just got to trust you guys that everybody's on equal ground. You know, with other employees that are already out there, nobody's kind of
Right.
getting to another level, which is equivalent of what we just studied.
Yeah,
of
we're
a
not,
current
yeah, we're not
employee.
gonna allow that to happen.
Okay, good.
Yeah. And I think the finance director may have something as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna do, first what the city manager mentioned in terms of the positions. And that is something that has happened in the past in terms of, when we were under the UGA pay plan, if there was a request that was made by a particular department or elected official, and that position did not exist within our current classification plan, if you approved it, it was done conditionally until it was, graded and it came back from the consultant in terms of what that, position should be graded as, and that's what we would, present and list in the budget ordinance that you ultimately approve to adopt a new position. The only other thing that I want to make mention of is in terms of the revenue that was mentioned for the title ad valorem taxes. We did budget an increase include an increase for title ad valorem taxes in the budget with the consideration for the increases that, because that is a plan that's sort of structured out in terms of what those percentages will be. You know, the state sort of lays that out ahead of time, and so we did include in the budget an increase for title ad valorem taxes, so.
Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, I think you just answered my next question. Did you just say that what was just presented to us, the additional revenue and the other new revenue that's been presented here today, that it's already budgeted, it's already accounted for?
I'm just referring to the title ad valorem tax revenue that we included in the budget.
Well,
So any request would be, we would have to come up with additional funds.
Particularly for what's listed here on this spread, this handout for the manpower versus the additional revenue.
that's right. And, you know, hopefully TAVT will go up next year. It's like if, you know, Georgia Power franchise fees went up. I mean, we went, you know, and when we do, it goes up, the franchise fee, we budget that money as revenue. And so when ad valorem tax goes up, we budget that money as revenue against expenses, and then it's a part of balancing the budget. So it was
Right,
used
right.
to
Well,
balance.
Specifically to this money's already been budgeted.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, Angelica? how did you calculate it? When you said it went up, it's in the budget, how is it done?
Well, we do look at the revenue projections that we receive as of a certain point in time, particularly it's February. One of the things that I did have to do sort of after the fact was take a look at the adjustment that was made based on the information that, you know, we received from your office. There was a even further reduction. Title ad valorem taxes was actually down when we were looking at the revenue projections for FY24. It was down about 200,000 from where we were February of 2022. Then taking into account the additional $268,000 deduction that was made is where we sort of landed at with the 11.2 that we're projecting for FY24, taking into consideration the increase from the 6.6% to the 7%.
Okay, I'd like to talk to you further about it because we went by it differently and we did go back and look at the numbers historically in the past. And that's what we came up with. Okay.
Okay, we have another question. Councilor Bigley.
So I heard you loud and clear about the limited financial reporting from Tyler and the need for assistance there. You know, I feel like an analyst is probably going to come in, have to learn Tyler and so forth, and it's also a recurring personnel that we're going to see in next year's budget. Would an option be to hire a consultant who already knows Tyler, who already knows best practices for those reports, get that in this year's budget, get that reporting completed, and that way we're not obligated to fund this position again next year?
This is ongoing. It's just not Tyler.
Ms. Huff, could you speak to in the mic, please?
Yeah. This is ongoing reporting. I mean, it's an option. I couldn't say that because that consultant would have to be on board with us constantly, is what I'm seeing in the limited places where they exist at. For example, the reporting, to try to just exist as we are now, we're having to go to other counties, which is taking time away from us. And in some cases, they have part of Tyler, but then they have another system that's supporting their financial reporting. When you asked about the delinquent tax data a few minutes ago, that's actually one of the items that we're asking for data on. So I told you I couldn't get it to you right away. That's one that's been sitting in the queue for them for 3 weeks, okay? Technology for us is just limited. That's just only one area of it. We need it throughout the office. We've got clerical folks that are on the front line who do an excellent job of serving our citizens. But there is so much that could be automated, reports that come out that need to be analyzed, mistakes that are made that you can't catch them. Our auditors were being written up for things that are occurring because I don't have people that have the analytical skills and know how to be able to take manual data, put it into a spreadsheet, a system that just spits out the data to you, and you're able to analyze it. So it's just not just that.
So to clarify, I'm not pushing back on the financial analyst. That person who takes the reports, views them from an analytical perspective, digests the information, I'm not questioning that resource at all. Specifically referring to the technology analyst, because typically, you know, your reports, you get them built correctly, and you're reusing those those reports on an ongoing basis. And so that's where I'm trying to understand, like, why the reports would change every month. Presumably you get the reports built correctly, especially if someone knows best practices. And then you've got the financial analysts who can digest the information on an ongoing basis.
What you're describing would have been the financial and accounting module that we thought we were getting with Tyler. Yes, if we had that, that would help us. But it doesn't get rid of my problem, okay? Of correcting the inefficiencies that we currently have. I hear what you're saying, and that's the module that we were missing. So if these individuals were on board, Tyler, we would still be, there are counties out there that have Tyler right now, and they have many more people than I have and much larger budgets, and they still are having to access Tyler to make changes in the program so they can get the needed data that they need. I'm saying to you that it's not just Tyler. I'm saying to you that Augusta has 50 more employees. These employees, they're good, okay? They're not just a number, they have the skill set. And we're lacking that. So I'm not asking for 20 more people like Augusta has. I'm only asking for 3 to make us more responsible, for us to be more accountable, for you to have accurate data that you can depend upon. The school district calls me and they ask me, hey, what is this? What can you tell me about this? I'm the only one that can, my accountant is working accounting. We can't stop, and we should be able to just mash a button and generate a report and sit there and tell them what it is that's happening. We cannot do that. We can't do it, okay? And that's all of this is part of what I see as my fiduciary responsibility to be able to do those things. So I can't say that 3 people are going to solve the entire problem. No, I can't say that. But I can say to you that relative to the sizes and the populations of other counties, that's justification that we're missing something. And what I am seeing in my position now, and what is validated by the fact that we're getting written up by the auditors, okay? And other things that I've listed here, and if you'd like to talk to them in more detail, we can do that and get more specific. But there is a crucial need here. It's just not IAS World programmer that's there. I would love to have one on staff on a continuous basis, but we're tied into that, okay? So when I put a digest together, and that digest is coming out of Tyler, I have a very small amount of time that I have to review and analyze that digest if the city wants its bills to be in the hands of the taxpayers by October 1, okay? I have to have that, okay?
And Ms. Tax Commissioner, we have put that request on the ad list.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
We have 2 more presentations. Councilor Davis, did you have something? We have 2 more presentations.
Just, it's been mentioned in the past, as city manager, about issues with Tyler. Perhaps council needs to be brought up up to speed. I mean, we implemented that. We've gone out and we've said that it's going to be a win-win positive situation, but if we're still experiencing problems and there's issues across the board with Tyler, we need to know that. So maybe at some point you can kind of talk to us about that. Thank you.
Pay an annual fee to Tyler Technologies for additional services?
For ongoing services. We do pay an annual fee to Tyler. Yes. And for most, any other software that, whether it's Tyler or anyone else, we do annual fees. Yeah.
Okay, let's move to our next presentation, which is from the Police Department. Chief Mathis, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. My two deputy chiefs are actually going to do the presentation, but I did want to come up and tell you that I met your sister on yesterday. It was
Oh,
very
dear.
pleasant.
Don't believe her side of the story either, Chief.
Madam Budget Chair, the city manager and I had the pleasure of meeting with the chief and the two deputy chiefs yesterday. And so while there's no formal presentation, basically what they are requesting in terms of the budget is a budget neutral request. They have 25 police cadet positions. They would like to reclassify some of those police cadet positions to other general government positions. These reclassifications are budget neutral. That would be the reclassification of 16 police cadet positions to 13 positions. And if you give me just a moment, I can name those specifically. There is a balance that exists with those reclassifications that the police department, and I'm sorry, it's 17 police cadet positions for 13 positions, 2 administrative technicians, 1 audio visual technician, 2 crime analysts, 1 computer forensic analyst, 4 real-time center technicians, 3 crime scene investigators. I think these positions were those positions recommended in the study that was done for the department. So they're all civilian positions. None of these positions are
Miss
sworn.
Alexander, don't we need them to present?
Well, I just had the numbers. I just wanted to make sure that I give you the numbers. That's why I'm giving, and they can most certainly speak to the request, which is why they're here today. But in terms of the numbers for the reclassification, again, reclassifying 17 police cadet positions, that would be reclassifying those to the 13 positions that I mentioned, that would present a savings of $50,702, and they would like to reallocate that to their operating budget.
Good morning.
Deputy Chief Kennedy and Deputy Chief, I hope I'm getting those right, Assistant Chief Fitzpatrick. Have at it.
So why we're asking to add these 13 civilian positions is, number one, the recommendation from the Jensen and Hughes studies. That will allow us to take some of the sworn positions out of these various units, put them back on the street, and then civilianize those positions. It'll also assist with the boost in technology that was also recommended by Jensen and Hughes. But to add technology packages, you have to have a human element behind that. So this is a budget neutral request. We are giving up 17 cadet positions, which will drop us down to 8 cadet positions, but we've never had any more than 6 cadet positions at one time anyway. We're at 6 right now, so we're at the highest number that we've had. So that is why we're making this recommendation. Anything to that?
Just that the 8 cadet positions, I believe we're gonna have 2 that's gonna transition to police officers within about 12 to 14 months. So that will bring us down to about 6 cadets, and we can rehire 2 more cadets and get them ready for police positions.
Okay. Okay, let's make sure that we have the the proper ad for that. You're asking, tell us again, Ms. Alexander.
Yes,
numbers.
ma'am. It is to reclassify 17 police cadet positions to 13 positions. That was 2 administrative technicians, 1 audio video technician, 2 crime analysts, 1 computer forensic analyst, 4 real-time crime center technicians, and 3 crime scene investigators. Those are the 13 positions. That the reclassification resulted in a savings of $50,702, and they'd like to reallocate that $50,702 to the operating budget to address some operating needs that were not included in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay. Is it Counselor Garrett? Oh, okay. Okay, we have put that then on the ad list. Are there other questions for the department? Counselor Davis. Well, there you go.
I'm a little reluctant to throw out a number, but I'm just gonna put this in your lap, but it also covers the sheriff's office and fire and EMS. We've been talking about this for a long time. Mayor, we need to really come back and look at what it will take to do special certifications, certification pay. I call it, just simply combat pay or whatever. It's people who are going out above and beyond, that are, whether it's SWAT, whether it's special ops, whether it's your special units and certifications where people have put in time, they've invested. We're not covering that. It's kind of like an equal, but that sets people up at another level, I think. And we need to look at that certification pay across the board. We always talk about it, but we never do it. And sooner or later, we need to go ahead and do that, because that's what it's going to take to get people moving forward within these units or the operations or public safety in general, to keep that knowledge base of the future of these departments moving in the right direction. You got to have them. So if an officer or a person is willing, male, female, willing to go above and beyond, I think we need to start considering that. I just don't know what that, we always ask, we've been asking many, many times what that number is, but we really, or to show us something of what those certifications would be. We have to trust you what they would be and where it would be appropriate to compensate them. But we never get that, we never see that number. So it's hard for me to budget today a number, or I'm reluctant to do it because I don't know what that is. But we need to trust the departments in being able to come up with something. I really hope that everybody, all the departments would start working on that.
That's my wheelhouse. I'm overtraining. So I can get you some certification numbers. We do have a number of officers who are certified. And are you talking about differential pay as well for them working different shifts? Or are you just specifically talking about certifications for like motor squad or
one of the things we've talked about, for example, this one came immediately to mind, is in the fire department, we have a crew that does goes out whenever there's a drowning or something. And those people have to be certified to do that. I'm sure there are people in the police department with similar kinds of certification requirements in order for them to do the job. And that's what I believe that Councilor Davis is talking about, those kinds of things that are above what the
normal average officer and investigator does, right? So I want to just say this about that recommendation. We have been talking about that with the transition. We just weren't prepared to present that today, but that has been something that has been discussed, and not just certification, but the fact that some of these units that are on call, and they're on call, which means they can't travel, they can't consume any alcoholic beverages, they have to be available to be here or at the police department within a 45-minute hour at the longest when they're called in. And all of those are not certifications. All of those, like in homicide, you you may not have a certification, but you are required to have advanced level of training and certainly a huge commitment beyond that of an average officer. So we have discussed this, but we can, with the transition, we just weren't prepared to present that and be.
That's
to have
exactly
it-
what we were talking about,
Right.
what we're talking about.
Yes.
I think
So we
that,
can get that,
yeah,
get
okay.
that together and have it presented in a way that's a professional manner that.
great, great. Ms. Alexander, can you give us the total then that they are requesting?
Well, it's actually budget neutral.
Budget neutral.
It's budget neutral. There's no impact
So do
to,
we need to do anything then?
you do need to put it on the list, and I believe Councilor Crabb put the
Okay, okay, but
reclassifications
it's-
and the
it's budget
redistribution
neutral.
on the list. Yes.
Hey, good
Madam.
job.
I have one question, Ms. Thomas. When you said certification, so our 911 dispatchers, they are certified. Are you including them in this as well?
Well, that's something for you guys to decide.
Okay.
Who needs that kind of oomph, if you will, because of certifications or because of additional responsibilities of their job that are not the normal place?
Madam Budget Chair, if you would you allow Chief Mathis, I mean, with your
Yes, sir.
experience and being around various departments here and there, can you kind of maybe speak to that subject? And tell us what other people, what you've done in the past in that area?
Absolutely, and I appreciate this opportunity, Madam Chair. There are certifications. There's an intermediate certification and an advanced certification that police officers can get. But what I've ran into here is I've had police officers complain to me that there's favoritism, that this person will get the opportunity to go to these specialized classes and this person gets denied. Some of the higher ranking said the only reason they get denied is because that shift may be short or somebody may be on vacation. So there's a multitude of ways we can get these certifications, but most agencies around the state do give pay raises based on intermediate and advanced certifications to police officers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could,
before you
can I
guys
add
leave the
one thing?
podium,
I'm sorry. I just
Mr.
wanted to
Mayor?
add one quick thing to what we're talking about. Chief Kennedy and Assistant Chief Kennedy and Assistant Chief Dan Fitzpatrick are right. We had been talking about this as part of a retention program. And the challenge is exactly as they spelled out. There are a lot of different impacts, different activities and different things that the officers do that should be weighted. For example, we didn't mention the FTOs. You've got officers out there, field training officers. They're riding the new officers around, so they're actually in charge. They've got the added burden of not only stopping crime and enforcing the law, but now they're looking after the safety of two individuals, themselves and the officer that is in their care. So the transition slowed us down just a little bit, but there are a lot of things that we had looked at as a comprehensive package for retention. Some of those are different types of incentives for people, and we don't want to get into them now, but we're going to bring you back something, but it can't be done just driven from the police department. Fire department already gets some of the bumps that you're talking about. If the search and recovery, I believe some of the high rope rescue, some of those types of things. And we've talked about SWAT, and we've talked about field training officers, and we've talked about shift differential. We've talked about people that are on call, and all of those have to go into the mix. And I think it's going to be presented better if we are able to do a study and see what's going on across the country. So that's kind of where we are. And with the transition, we were not able to get it done for this budget session, but we'll certainly, I think, have something by mid-year.
Great, great. And before you guys leave the podium again, I want to say to you how much we as citizens of Columbus appreciate our Columbus Police Department and the officers who work there and what you do to keep us safe. It's not something that everybody can do, but you do a good job of protecting us and making sure that we have what we need. And we want to say thank you so very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, the next on the list is the Internal Auditor, Donna McGinnis.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to visit with you today. Everyone should have a one-page handout that summarizes some of the changes that have taken place within internal audit, literally within the last 2 to 3 weeks. At the point where I was submitting the budget presentation, initially, in early February, we had 2 open full-time equivalent positions. That's now changed. Within the next couple of weeks, we're going to have 2 forensic auditors join the team. There are significant clashes between public and private sector when it comes to our expectations for internal auditors. And we try to compete, obviously, with private sector and struggle with that financially. We're fortunate in that the 2 new hires are folks that are going to condition into the criteria for their opportunities. While there are numerous credentials that are listed as requirements or possible requirements, the certified fraud examiner is the credential that most easily can be obtained. Did it myself 2 years ago in about 90 days. I know of folks that can complete this, have done it in 6 weeks. The exam is not hard and fast to a calendar. You can test when ready. It's administered online with proctoring services. So I'm looking forward to basically bringing everyone up to full status as quickly as possible. One of the things that I've encountered in recent months is that we've got departments that have not received a visit from internal audit in many, many years. We also have talked about master planning. And master planning really takes the guesswork, takes the taint, the suggestion of bias out of requested audits. We sit down and we actually look at the risk exposure that might exist in one department versus another. Do you handle a good bit of cash? What's your traffic volume in the community? You know, we're taking a look at the essence of your function and what does that do to your risk exposure. So that the outcome of such a master plan would be to simply identify which departments should be seen on a 3 to 5 year basis, which should be seen 6 to 8 years out, perhaps 7 to 10 years out, so that we're going into this with a clear head. I do intend to lead and coach, because I'm going to have to coach. I want to see a succession plan, an internal audit that is meaningful, and also that we basically address tone and tenor in our work. Internal audit should be value-added focused. When we go out into a work area, we're not there to fuel anxiety. If we're out there fueling anxiety, we need to reflect upon what we're doing because we're not doing it right. To go out there with the intent that you're going to go and look for process opportunities. We're going to look for meaningful opportunities to improve customer service, the pipeline, how are we spending our resources, and to be a change agent in a very productive way. We may have lost sight of that in recent years. It's easy to see, you know, hey, we go into a work area and we see financial crime. If we see it, when we see it, we are going to be fearless and passionate because that's why we're there. But we're also losing our way a little bit in that we shouldn't just terrorize or inspire anxiety by showing up. You know, we're going to go out there and look for process improvement and bring a brighter day. So that's one of the things that's going to come out of master plan. Now, when we do that, though, we're creating a lot of work. I see the next 6 to 18 months being pretty wild in this work area. And at the encouragement of several of you, I'm sharing some anticipated needs that were not in the original request, which was simply, you know, last year's request, you know. Now that we have filled positions, you know, it's a new day. It's been suggested perhaps a car allowance. What I would suggest for that, in light of the fact that we're going to be pretty busy, a car allowance as a budget neutral in place of local mileage to basically not add dollars to the budget, but view it as a neutral activity. One additional full-time equivalent forensic auditor, beginning at the starting salary of the $58,905. This does not necessarily have to be funded at the start of the budget year. It could be a mid-year funding. Right now, I'm pretty much drinking out of the fire hose, and that I'm going to be seriously coaching 2 folks in the next couple of weeks here. And it may go on until Labor Day, it may go on to Columbus Day, it'll go on until it goes on. But I do believe when we look at about 18 months of planning, that we're going to need and be able to easily justify a third full-time auditor on the team. So I'm bringing it up at this point, but suggesting that perhaps it's a mid-year funding. The other suggestion that had been made, and given what I've seen the last couple of years, it's pretty important, the possibility of engaging with a third-party whistleblower hotline service. I know that our Councilor Tyson had mentioned that he had used Lighthouse Services. I have reached out to them seeking a quote because they quote monthly service fees tied to the employees that are employed in your organization, the number of employees. And I'm literally waiting for a quote from them probably later today. I've been checking, for text updates or what have you. I spoke with folks at their organization within the last couple of days.
Ms.
And
McGinnis, would this be in addition to the whistleblower line that we currently have?
this would be in place of, and I'm going to share with you my experiences with our existing whistleblower hotline. During the period of time in which we did not have an appointed internal auditor, which went on a number of months after Mr. Redmond's retirement, during that gap, I had been manning the calls when they would come. And I would tell you that we don't really get that many calls. Sometimes it appears that the more meaningful tips come outside of that hotline. And it appears that maybe it's a function of adequate promotion of the hotline, perhaps, but when the calls do come through, they come through into the computer equipment. And my practice has been to assess what's going on in the call, and depending upon what it is, typically I will send a copy of any communications out to our HR director, but then to the impacted department so that they have an opportunity to respond. And if you view the hotline, from a pure intent, if you see something, say something. What happens on this line when you get anything, if you get anything, I tend to get calls that are really misplaced, where it's an anonymous employee that has some grievance they feel compelled to air that's not being addressed, that belongs someplace between their leadership and the HR office. That's one type of call that you get. The other type of call that we commonly get is some type of neighborhood complaint about what's going on with their waste pickup. The truck came down my street and they didn't stop at my house or whatever. So we get that type of thing. I literally did have one call yesterday that really was best placed in the financial crimes unit over at CPD. This was someone that didn't want to identify themselves other than they were a victim and wanted to perfectly identify someone by name, address, and phone number that was scamming folks out of thousands of dollars on the internet. And it didn't necessarily need to be in my see something, say something category. We have an unknown victim, but they're happy to tell us exactly where to find the crook. So there was probably a better place for that call. What I did with that one, obviously I shared with our HR director, but addressed it over to CPD so that they would have an opportunity to work with it. But generally, the hotline has taken a bit of a nap, if you will. I don't know if it's been lack of promotion, but what the third-party folks would do, they would vet the calls, they would monitor the calls, and then route them appropriately in our organization. If they belong in HR, if they belong in the financial crimes wheelhouse, that they would then route them to the places they belong.
Okay.
And I'm anticipating a number, perhaps $2,000, $3,000. I'll share that information as soon as I receive it, and it could be literally later today. And then lastly, additional continuing education funds that are going to be necessary to credential folks. And again, I'm taking them down the swiftest path to be perfectly credentialed for their roles. And in ACFE, you basically have to set someone up as a member, set them up for their online prep class, and then schedule them for their exam. And I'd rather see folks fly through the process if they can. I'm going to coach it. I do believe that the department, as tiny as we are, if we're serving and out there in the departments the way we need to be, that we need to have reasonable, responsible succession planning, and these folks are going to be worth the investment. I would appreciate your consideration.
Okay. Questions for Ms. McGinnis?
we have any other questions?
Counselor Garrett? Okay, put the ads that she requested on the list.
Okay, thank you very much.
Wait a minute.
Yep.
Director McGinnis, thank you. I think this was much needed in you coming before us because I think it's been over a while. We need to see more of a clear picture or snapshot of which direction you're going. You've touched on a lot of that today. I think these are some great ideas. We've mentioned some of these in the past. I'm glad to see you have them on the list because that's actually what we said we were going to do. I really like the idea of the third-party whistleblower hotline because it just, you know, that's the integral part of that making it work is that the employees and people have confidence. They don't feel, they feel secure, they're not threatened, and they feel like it's valued and they'll participate, and that's what you want.
Right.
Is the participation. That's what we need, and it should be encouraged. And I like this because there's, you know, there would be no excuse or matter or situation that might occur to keep somebody from reporting waste, fraud, and abuse. So I do like that idea. I really like you presenting and showing us what you're doing here. I kind of call it we're getting 3 for 2 out of this. Situation and where you're going with the department. And one of the things that's been on my mind is establishing that integrity and getting the department running fine-tuned and running at full speed because there's a lot of work that needs to be done and somewhat we're playing catch-up. But, you know, it's heading in that right direction. And I think IBM, and I think I would like our government to start thinking like this a little bit more, but IBM is learned that they've created a new term for jobs, actually. It's no longer blue collar and white collar jobs. Now they're calling it new collar jobs. And it's because of the situation we're in where it's just tough to find talent. It's tough to make hires, okay? We talk about it all the time. We just can't find anybody. Nobody wants to work. Well, they've determined that they can't compete with Google, Microsoft, Amazon, all these other companies out of Facebook, all of them out there competing against each other, stealing each other's employees, you know, because it's just that world. So they're like, we can't play that game. We just can't do that anymore. So we're going to take a chance on people that we already employ, and we're going to train them, we're going to teach them, we're going to bring them up, and we're going to teach them the IBM way. And I like that. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with taking, you know, sometimes you might have to bypass requirements and maybe that might come with a certain job position, the way you view it. You may have to look at it as, you know, I'm willing to take the risk and take a chance on this person and see if they can move into it and excel and do well and get the training, the education they need to continue. And part of that is a good way to deal with succession planning at the same time. So I like that. I'm not opposed to that versus trying to find the right person and with the right experience has been out there. You know, it seems like we wait forever to find those people. But, you know, you got to be willing to take a chance. Maybe with the younger generation coming out of college, getting their feet wet and moving forward, and there's a way to do that. I like your concept.
Well, one of the
in what
reasons
you're doing.
that the decision got to this point was that we found that we were looking for a needle in a haystack. And to have the stars align with perhaps a salary range that's not competitive with the content that we really, really want, you know. And I'm still looking at authorized work from October of 2019. So that's really got to get addressed before we open master plan. But again, master plan is something that we should have probably had a number of years ago. And I know it's easier to talk about it than implement it. But I want to get the tone and tenor corrected, if you will, that a visit from internal audit is not something to generate fear, anxiety. It's to be welcomed. It's an opportunity that you're being given.
Well, establishing that integrity of best practices in that office is key to get it fine-tuned and run in the right direction. So I appreciate your presentation today.
Thank you.
If I could, Madam Chair, I know that the car allowance, in order for the budget committee to approve that, it has to come through the has to come through the mayor or the city manager. And since she reports up to the mayor, it has to come through me. So I just want to be clear, are we talking about car allowances for all three individuals? Just, so it's a pay perk is what it is. Okay, because it's not really revenue neutral, because I think we've paid out about $1,200 so far this year in reimbursable mileage. And of course, the car allowance is about $700 a month. So it is going to have an impact on the budget. And I also wanted to be clear too, that the ad for the third forensic auditor to be
Yes.
added was going to be delayed till mid-year. Is that correct?
That was her suggestion.
I
right.
believe that would be responsible action in terms of the timing. You know, I'm going to be full-time coaching a lot of the time, you know, and the early audits that the newcomers are presenting, it's going to be team activities with me, you know, before I cut them loose. So I think mid-year would be appropriate.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so, and then again, the car allowance is not for all the auditors, so each auditor doesn't get a car allowance. It'll be
Right.
just, okay.
Right. Okay.
One point of clarification in terms of the software, do we have an estimate for the software?
For the third-party hotline, I don't have a number today, but I may get one like 2 hours from now. I'm expecting a phone call. I mean, I
And
can
she
share it
said
as soon as I
between
have it.
$2,000 and $3,000.
Between
Probably
two,
$2,000 to $3,000
Three.
is a gut feeling about this.
so
But I'm gonna-
$3,000.
I'll send you a text as soon as I have the information.
So is
Okay.
it the council's pleasure to put $3,000 on the list?
That would
Yeah.
probably be a responsible number.
Let's put
yes.
the 3,000 on there.
All right, gotcha.
Okay? Thank you, Ms. McGinnis.
Thank you very much.
Those are the departments that are on the list. I know that there are a number of questions that various people have. I have two questions, general questions. Ms. Alexander, in the ad that we did for the sheriff's office, it says increase in travel funds for training. When I went back and listened to what he said, I thought that I heard him say it would be travel, but it would also be the cost of the training. If we approve travel for training, does that restrict him in any way? Does he have to use that money for, that 90,000 for travel?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I just want to make sure that our wording is correct. Okay, thank you. And Mr. City Manager, as we have looked at all of these, we've gotten all of these ad deletes, I was struck by the number of directors or officers or judges who came to us from our judicial community and asked for additional personnel. And every one of them said to us, we can't do our job in court if we don't have these people on board. And I was struck by the fact that in the budget recommendation, there were no additional employees recommended for any department. And I would like for you to speak to that. Why were not some of these taken into consideration? We seem to have some funds that might be available to do this. I don't want to necessarily put you on the spot, but I think I just have. What do you?
Yes, thank you, Madam Budget Chair. I think I've said at each opening session that you are going to hear from judges, elected officials, department heads, and every one of those requests. I think I prefaced my remarks by saying every one of those requests are valid requests. And if we had the funding or could identify the funding, I think I even said at the beginning of this meeting, we would have funded them. And so, in fact, I spoke to the public defender, how they need additional public defenders each public defender is carrying case loads of 450 to 500, averaging 3 minutes per case. They need additional public defenders. We just couldn't figure out how to fund those public defenders. And so most would have to do as we've done in the current fiscal year. It's going to be tough, tight, difficult, trying to balance it all. And so in fact, when the budget review process with the city manager, when I went through my process, even I see the clerks here, Superior Court, I committed that we are going to try and fund, I believe, 2 people, Madam Clerk. And so with others, whether it was public defender, committed that we were going to try and fund public defenders, in the DA's office, committed that as we went through the budget process, and then we got to the end of that process, much like you're coming to the end of this process. And we were out of balance considerably. And while the commitment and support was there to fund all of the positions that we had discussed in the budget process, we had to go back and tell them, in order to balance this budget, we're just not going to be able to fund the positions that we want to fund. And so we're going to have to continue forward with what we have.
Well, I guess that's one of the things that bothers me is that, for example, I know that both the district attorney and the public defender's office said to us, we can't have court if we don't have these positions. And that's a real concern to me, and I think to our other counselors, that we've got to do something to give them the staff that they need in order for them to carry out what needs to be done in the judicial branch of the government. So we have added those, and we'll be discussing those. We've got, thank you, Mr. City Manager. We've got several people who wish to speak. Councilor Garrett.
Well, Madam Budget Chair, may I just say one more thing?
Sure.
And so that's why when I started the meeting, thank you and commend you for the tough task. But now, I did not hear from them, I don't recall, that we cannot have court.
Well, they said if we don't have a public defender, we can't have court. If we don't have somebody to be the public defender for this person who can't afford a lawyer, we can't have court. If we don't have an interpreter in the Superior Court for somebody who needs a language and or a hearing interpreter, we can't have court. So they did say that, and they said that over and over. Several of them did say that.
They may have said it in here. I'm saying when we went through the budget process, they did not say we cannot have court. They are currently having court with the situation, 450 to 500 cases with interpreters, they are currently having court. Is it tough? Yes. And so, you know, I know some of them are not here, but I think they can have court, because I never heard that. But it's going to continue to be tough. 450 to 500 caseloads is ridiculous.
Okay, Councilor Garrett.
I'd like to make the Parks and Rec ads that I wanted to do. I have had significant complaints from my constituents who are at Beach Little League that they're having to mow the grass, so that's certainly an issue. Director Browder, I don't like to split the baby. We can't afford 6 people, but I'm either willing to offer 2 part-time, which would be $51,104 per year, and 1 full-time, $45,502.
Wait a minute, Mr.
Are you going down this list?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna start with and then come down, because that helps us keep track.
Yes, it's just, they're spread out some of the same positions, so it's hard for me to tell which ones were associated with Lake Bottom. But if she can't hire somebody, because I understand 25,000 is quite low, if she can't hire somebody, I'd be willing to add a second full-time person, but not a third. And I'd like to make an ad for one 0-turn mower, which is $9,100
Counselor Garrett, you're gonna have to hold until I can find that so that we can put it on the list.
Sure.
Um,
The, I'm basing it off I guess that's 114, but only 2 positions.
2 positions, okay.
And then G114, Parks and Maintenance Worker, which is about 5 or 6 lines up. There's several there the same. 45,502. There's one that says ×3. I'm willing to grant 1. And then on the actual list that she gave us for capital expenses, she has quite a few listed, but the second page is where they start. Just 1 zero-turn radius motor at 9,118. And Director Browder, I did want you to know that there is a private group that wants to help take over Pop Austin's area and might fund that $150,000 request you have for the bathroom, because they want to somehow work out a deal to get to buy field and also help with autistic children. The other thing I was going to mention, I do think we need activity leaders, but right now we just don't have that type of money. So I would really strongly encourage trying to get volunteers to do that. I mean, Counselor House spent numerous hours volunteering for organizations at the Infantry Museum and others, but maybe we could fill some of that gap with some volunteers.
Okay, I have been given a note by the clerk that Counselor Tucker, who is attending virtually, would like to place all of the Parks and Recreation requests presented on the ad list.
That's millions.
She said, it says, placing all of the Parks and Recreation presented items on the ad list. I'm assuming that is employees as well as the capital.
I mean, that's millions. Millions and millions.
So, just as a matter of clarification, Madam Budget Chair, the 3 million.
I'm sorry, Miss Alexander, would you pull that mic down just a little bit? It would be easier to understand. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Just as a matter of clarification, the $3,399,598 that's listed here is only personnel. That does not include any of the capital that she listed in the presentation.
Well,
It would take us just a
Counselor,
moment to calculate it.
Kogel has added all that up, and the total for both the capital, just the capital, is $9,19,871. And is that what Counselor Tucker wants to put on the list?
She said $9,019,971.
Man, that's impossible.
Yeah, I wasn't here when it was handed out. I just wanted to go to the next
So the employee additions were $3,399,598, and the capital outlay was $9,019,871, and that's what Counselor Tucker has put on the list. Okay. Counselor Davis. I'm sorry.
Are you talking to me? Oh.
Counselor Crabb, did you have this?
No, but if I have it open, I'd like to ask a question here. I see on page 2 where it has 1, 2, 3, 4 minibus non-CDL. Is there any way that we could get with Metro and kind of move some buses around? Or is that, we can't do that?
If federal dollars are used, then the answer would be no, because they've got all these requirements.
Right, I get it.
And
That's why
so
I'm
we would
asking.
not be able to do that.
Is there a way we could look into it and see if there's a way that we use the federal dollars for Metro and then maybe some of the excess of, from their budget is used in another way? Or is there any way that we can kind of maneuver?
I think we would have to look at the special purpose local option sales tax dollars go into Parks and Rec, which are local dollars. But with federal dollars, they've got all of these very stringent guidelines. I wouldn't.
I get it.
I
Okay.
wouldn't, yeah.
And then, just for clarification purposes, did you say that you had listed these capital needs by priority? What you need, like, you need first and foremost a heavy-duty trailer for excavator? Okay, thank you.
Counselor Cogle.
This is not, I guess it could fall under Parks and Rec or just under general. And a meeting wouldn't be complete without the topic of pickleball. So it's not an immediate spend, but I would like to earmark 2 days of our reserve in conjunction with the SPLOS to consolidate our resources and use that specifically for a pickleball complex outside of the Cooper Creek location. So much like the Corda deal, where it would be contingent on them matching that amount and then exceeding that amount if needed. But I know that the Pickleball Association has $750,000 already verbally committed towards that project and a possible lease. So as an event production person myself, I know that, and talking a lot with the Sports Council for other events, it's I know it's pretty important from an economic standpoint on being able to consolidate all those courts together rather than have them spread out all over the city and run into an issue like we do with softball, where we have to utilize other parks for tournaments. And just to have them all in one location is going to provide that stronger economic impact over the course of the next 5 or 10 years.
It was my understanding that the pickleball folks were going to come to us as council in the next council meeting or so to talk to us about that.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
not
think
sure
so.
that we need to do anything with that today on the add delete list.
Well, I think, can we not earmark that 2 days just as a show of
2 days from the.
commitment from the city?
Well, we could do that, but we've not had any kind of a presentation from them, and that's what I'm looking for.
Well,
Mr. City Manager?
Madam Budget Chair, I
Help
think
me out here.
Madam Budget Chair, I think I announced at maybe the last meeting, council meeting, or the meeting before, that I would be scheduling a meeting with the pickleball group, and I think Deputy City Manager Hodge has already scheduled that meeting. I don't know the date, but we, the staff, the team, the mayor, we will meet with those who have been working with pickleball to see if we can come to some understanding. But the special purpose local option sales tax money, that funds that were approved by the voters, said that we would be putting pickleball at Cooper Creek. And so that's a promise made that we've got to deliver on. I believe Ms. Browder said Cooper Creek. And so because we specified that in that process, unless you decide to do something differently, typically the promise made is the promise kept. And so,
Well, Mr. City Manager, if it's okay, let's hold this topic until after your meeting and when you come back to
Sure,
us. Would
sure.
that be sufficient? We'd still have that money in the ending balance.
Yeah, I
if
just
we
want it
need
to be a
do that.
conversation
Okay.
that comes
Okay.
back up on the table.
Okay. The Finance Director has asked us for a short break so they can pull some of these numbers together. I know that in our audience are several people who have made presentations to us who are waiting to see what we're going to do with their requests. But we will try to be very quick. My clock here says it is 11:45. We will resume at noon.
Before we break, Madam Chair, Councilor Garrett, just so I'm clear, your request in terms of Parks and Rec was that zero-turn more, and then, how many park maintenance workers for Lake Bottom? She requested 3?
Either 2 part-time employees, which is the very top of the list, which would be 51,104, but if Director Ryder cannot hire, it's actually cheaper. Director Ryder cannot hire people at that $25,000 rate than 2 full-time employees at $45,502. So I mean, but I do want to give her 1 full-time position still.
Okay?
So 1 full-time position for a park maintenance worker and 2 part-time positions. Okay, got it.
Counselor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Budget Chair. I just want to expand on Counselor Kogel's recommendation.
Could you hold on that, Mr.
No, I'd
Counselor?
like to, since it was brought up, I'd like to address it, since it's going to be imperative that they understand the information when these conversations take place. But what I would like to say is that I was involved in CORDA when we put the public-private partnership together with CSU. It took many, many years to make that happen, but we had to step up to the plate to jumpstart it. And I'm looking at, these funds are imperative. We need to make a decision. The city needs to make a decision whether we're going to get involved, if we're going to participate, if we're going to support this effort. We are missing out on hundreds of thousands of sport tourism dollars, sales tax dollars, the numbers that are coming in across this country, and we're so far behind. The numbers that are coming in across this country, I would go to bat and put money down that it will surpass our softball, the revenues that softball brings in, and we need to figure out if we're going to do this. But you can't have just a Parks and Recs facility and a complex at the same time. You're going to have to choose one or other what we're going to do. If you're going to build a Parks and Recs facility, there's no need to build a complex. But we got people in this community that have been working hard, that are willing to write big checks, okay? Big checks. We can make this happen, and it's there. The city is going to be the spark plug to make this work. And if we don't show a level of commitment here, it's going to go away, and we're just going to deal with Parks and Recs Court. That I challenge you that it's not going to work at Cooper Creek, because Searswood is not going to have pickleball in their backyard. I can just tell you that right now, because I'm getting those calls from Green Island. Every day I'm getting calls about the noise, the lights, and everything else. And unless you got a site to put that many courts and the parking and everything, I just don't see how it's going to work. So the complex is the way to go. Opelika, a little town not far from us, just had almost 1,600 people come into little Opelika to play pickleball. Can you add that up with the sales tax revenue for 4+ days? And we're missing out on this revenue that we can generate right here. This facility will pay for itself. So if we don't step up to the plate and make a contribution, we're not doing it today, we're just earmarking it. And it's going to take a while for them to meet their obligations. They're going to have to go out there and raise the funds and do everything that they need to make it happen. And the city's not getting involved until they do that. But people need to see that the city is behind this, or they're just not going to get involved. And there's initiatives going on right now to get this thing going. And the city needs to make a decision. So I just want to say that, Madam Budget Chair. I appreciate you giving me the time, and I know that the clock's running, but I just felt like it needed to be highlighted on what Counselor Kogle just said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Madam
Okay,
Budget, just to his point, just to be clear, what I've said is that the funds that through the special purpose local option sales tax for Cooper Creek, promise made, promise kept. I don't know how many courts that would bring, but that is not to say, and that's the purpose, that's why we want to meet with this group. That is not to say we would not have a partnership with this group at another location. You don't have to eliminate pickleball courts to whatever that number will buy at Cooper Creek. I'm not suggesting that. I mean, do what we promised for Cooper Creek and deliver on the promise. And then if we meet and we decide, hey, okay, city needs to buy in and Council Koger wants 2 days of reserve and we can put, you work a partnership and, because we want pickleball courts at Comer. We've talked about interior, we want pickleball, we want some pickleball all over the city, but we want that one central complex. And that is where the partnership that you talked about might come in. So you can do both separately. So don't think that I'm saying, we're going to Cooper Creek and we don't want to talk to you. We're going to Cooper Creek, but we want to see how and if we can partner to build a bigger, better complex, to do all the things that you just talked about. Does that make sense?
Well, I just want to know why we're playing pickleball at Cooper Creek. And there's ability to play out there versus building a new complex.
It's what we said we would do, is all I'm saying.
okay, it is now 11:52. We'll come back at 5 minutes after 12. We are ready to resume. I guess, Ms. Alexander, we're ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. She has distributed to the committee the complete add delete list that we have developed over the last 3 meetings. And Ms. Alexander, how do you think is the easiest way for us to do this? For you to
Just start with item 1. I'll read it if you don't mind.
Okay. And what we will do, remember that if you add something, we've got to find some place to delete or some other means of funding whatever is on this, that winds up on the add list. So with that, Ms. Alexander, if you will start, and I think once she reads it, if there's anyone who wishes to speak to that issue, please push your button. And if there's not, I will ask for a motion to add that or to take that action. I think that's what I'll say, to take that action so that will include both the add and delete. And we will vote to whether or not to do that. So, Ms. Alexander, does that work?
Yes, ma'am, and also please keep in mind that it does take 6 votes for an item to be approved.
It does take 6 votes. We do have, Councilor Tucker is virtual. Is she still on the virtual? Okay. And so we have, it takes 6 votes to add or delete. And or delete.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Alexander.
All right, so first item on the list, it was added May 2nd by Councilor Huff for the Sheriff's Department. It is to increase travel funds for training at $90,000. The general fund impact to our reserve fund is 0.15 days if there are no deletions to add.
Are there questions about that? Councilor Allen. Well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do we know if this training is for certification of some type, or is it required training?
I believe that the sheriff said that it was for, some of it was for certification and some of it was for training for various individuals in the sheriff's office that need to have additional training. I believe that's what he said. The gist of what he said.
Well, I would like to offer this for consideration. My understanding is there are funds in his budget for training. This is in addition to that.
Right.
So if we allow him to utilize the funds that are in his budget till mid-year, then we can revisit this at mid-year. Does that make sense?
Is that a?
So my motion is to revisit this at mid-year budget.
Have a motion, is there a second? I'll second that. Okay, you have a motion and a second to revisit this issue at mid-year. I believe the sheriff said he had like 60-something thousand in his budget right now, and this would be to augment that. Questions?
This is to the 90,000, right? You know, I really think you ought to revisit and understand. I'm hearing that a lot of this is for specialized training that's going to help in the area of suppression on crime. Gang training, you know, dealing with these gangs, dealing with a lot of these other criminal type aspects that we're having in our community. I think, am I right on that? Did I hear that? Right, when the sheriff presented, I was out of the country, so, but I kind of indirectly heard, so I don't know if, I guess I asked the question, is that something we want to wait on? I mean.
The sheriff did say he currently has, I think it was 63,000 in his budget for fiscal '24, and this would be to augment that. And what if we adopt Councilor Allen's motion, we would revisit this 90,000 at mid-year.
So it'll be a motion to delay.
So the motion before the group is to delay this until mid-year. Any other comments?
Yes.
Councilor Barnes.
I think what if I remember what the sheriff said, and I think all of us around this table have been pretty satisfied with the arrests, with the movement of drugs off the street, and with the individuals who have been apprehended. And from what I'm hearing from the people, it gives them an extra measure of comfort that this action is going on. So I think the sheriff did say this is something that he would like to start to have his officers specifically trained in specific skills. And so my vote is to approve.
What they're saying, Pops, is that the money is. What they're saying is there is money right now. So if we say no to this and just delay it until mid-budget, he still has funds right now to do this. So he'd use what he has, and then when that's depleted, he comes back to us mid-budget. They do that all the time. I mean, they come before us all the time saying that they're going to exceed the budget.
I can live with that.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? Councilor?
I'm still voting to support this now. I think with the funding, I mean, he's already told me he's gonna run out, if he doesn't have an increase in 6 months, which I understand some of us are talking about midway, but some of these training programs might be bids that take more time to get. He may run out of money and not have the money in his budgeted to be able to make a bid on a certain program or a certification. So, I mean, I'm supporting the sheriff's request, at this time. I can't, if we delay it, I mean, at least it'll be revisited, but I would support his request at this time.
Anyone else? Okay, the motion is to delay this until middle of the budget year. When we come back, all those in favor, please, can they do, or shall we say, okay. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4 opposed. And, okay, it's an indecisive vote. Toya? Okay. It still would be an inconclusive vote. Okay. Is there another motion regarding this one?
Yes, I will make the motion for us to approve this. Keep it on the,
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded to fund this, and where would you get the funding?
reserve fund.
It's still reserves.
I'm sorry?
It would still be reserves. It's still reserves.
It'd be out of the reserve.
It'll be out of the reserves, yes, ma'am.
Any other comments? Yes.
This is my first time going through this, but I felt like we've seen, well, the Columbus Police Department doesn't necessarily use all their funding for personnel, and we don't expect that to get to 100% in the next, by June 30th. And so assuming that there's going to be excess money there that could potentially go to the fund, it's not like by spending this extra money, we're still using that money towards public safety, which I think is the priority. Am I understanding that correctly? Okay, okay.
Okay, the motion before the group is to fund this and take it out of the reserve fund. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries.
Second item on the list is for the Sheriff's Department. It is also, it was added on May 2nd by Councilor Garrett. It is to increase the non-sworn bailiff pay from $15 an hour to $20 an hour. The sheriff was requesting an additional $20,000 for this increase in the hourly rate for the non-sworn bailiffs. No, yeah. Impact to the reserves would be 0.03 days.
Councilor Garrett.
The judges actually made this move, and he has to follow it. So if we don't fund him, he's eating it out of his own budget. I just want to make sure everyone knows that was not something that he did, raising it. That was something that was done by the judiciary. So I do believe we need to fully fund that.
Are you making a motion?
I am making the motion.
Okay, he's made the motion to approve this, and it would come from reserve?
What's the question?
This,
This is a mandatory increase by the judges. I mean,
Well, the grand
What would
jury,
be
the
the
grand
most-
jury? The grand jury.
the grand jury.
in the grand jury, what would be the appropriate funding source for that? Reserve, or would it?
Well, I mean, unless there was some other place that we could take it out of the sheriff's budget, if the sheriff, offered up, some sort of salary savings or of some sort, the only other place would be reserves.
Okay, then the reserves is what I list, because I mean, he didn't have a choice about that.
So what is your pleasure? The grand jury said they had to pay the bailiffs $20 an hour. They're currently paying $15 an hour. Even though the grand jury said they had to pay it, the grand jury does not fund it.
That's right, the council has to approve the funding.
Come on, guys, where are you gonna? We have a motion and second to approve adding this, but we have not determined from where it will be taken. From reserves.
From reserves.
Okay. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Any opposed? Motion. Councilor Davis, did you say no? No? Oh, okay, Councilor Allen. Motion carries.
Third item on the list is a request from May 9th from Councilor Tucker. It's for the Clerk of Superior Court to add two new Deputy Clerk 2 positions. At G15, the cost on a recurring cost is $93,346. It would be a .16 impact to the reserves.
What is your pleasure? Hearing none?
Judge in the more court cases, am I right on that?
I think so.
Okay, I'll second that.
Councilor Davis has moved to approve the add, and the delete would be, where, Councilor Davis?
Where the finance chair stated out of the reserve. I think all this stuff is out of the reserve, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, the motion is to approve this and take it from the reserve fund. Any other comments? Councilor Crabb. Wait, you're not on.
Oh, if we start taking the personnel or the salaries out of reserve, then Glenn, you're the big proponent, this is one of your, mountains you want to die on, and I agree with you 100%. It has to be sustainable. I mean, it's one thing to take it from the reserves this year, but then what happens moving forward each year? So can we discuss that? How do we make this sustainable?
It would seem to me, Councilor Crabb, that if we approve a personnel action and that for fiscal '24, it comes out of the reserve, then when the budget for fiscal '25 is developed, either the city manager and the mayor will have to find the money in that department's budget already, or they will have to come back and take the next one out of the reserve. So it's up to the, if we approve a personnel action, it's thought to be an ongoing action.
Right.
That position would be ongoing. And so what we're saying is now we would take it, this year we would take it out of the reserve, and it would be up to the city manager and the finance director and the mayor to find the money in succeeding years. Mr. City Manager?
That would be correct, Madam Budget Chair, and I must say on the record, taking monies from reserve to support personnel is very concerning to me. It should be if it was a capital item that was a one-time thing, then that's fine. We used 10 point what to balance? 10.5 million to balance this budget from reserves. And now we are going through 3-4 pages of items that we got to get to. And I know a lot of it, the only way to fund it is out of reserve. And I'll say for the record, I just think about, I can see Jack Rogers sitting with us right now. Former counselor Jack Rogers, who was a budget hawk. And he had it right. You just don't fund ongoing expenses out of reserve. It is very concerning, but I don't get a vote.
Do we have salary do we have salary savings somewhere in this budget? I mean, have we budgeted for positions that we know full well we'll never fill them?
Well, yeah, I would say we would never fill them. The goal is to find them, hire them, fill them. And then, of course, when you have salary savings, in the old days, I will say, salary savings was used to build your reserve. And so we didn't let department heads, public safety or otherwise, use salary savings to do extra things that went over into the reserve, and that's how we built and maintained no less than 60 days or administrative policy 90 days. And so the intent is to fill those positions, and if we don't, the salary savings would build the reserve.
Well, it's kind of hard to, have positions that we need some more personnel in certain areas. I mean, we are trying desperately to to deal with the crime issue here. And so, the law enforcement departments, the justice departments, there is no way we're going to get a handle on the crime in this city without putting, funds and boots on the ground to take care of this issue. So if there is salary savings somewhere, we should be able to project based on last, several years that we will be able to hire so many people in this department, so many people in this department. And if we know that we've padded those departments with additional personnel, that we know that it's above what we've even been able to hire in the last 3 to 5 years, then we know that that's padded. And we can take that and apply it to some of these. I mean, it's going into the reserves anyway, you say.
Well, if I may, Mr. City Manager, it's no secret that for a while, the police department, as Council Begley mentioned, typically have some salary savings just due to the number of vacancies that they've had. I will say incorporated within this particular budget, we are anticipating salary savings of about 28 additional positions for the police department and 8 additional positions for the sheriff's office as salary savings. So from a public safety standpoint, which is usually our largest generator of salary savings, that's already incorporated in the budget that was presented.
And when we get those extra positions, then they're going to be doing their job, and they're going to be bringing more criminals to the justice system, and they're not going to have the staff and they're not going to have the personnel to handle the extra. I mean, it all works together, and if we don't lift them all up, then it's going to be frustrating for the police department, because they'll bring them in, but if they can't be prosecuted and they go back out onto the street, then.
Yeah, I'm not refuting any of it. I'm just saying that we've already included salary savings.
Look, for me, from a budget review standpoint, you can't come to me with a $20, $25, $30 million budget and tell me you can't find 90 or 20 or 10. And so small dollar amounts, in my mind, I would be challenging the department. When I look at the list, I see $2,500 in the district attorney's office. Yeah, that's, $2,500 is a lot. But the district attorney has a, how many $1 million budget? And I know this is not popular, but I'm just saying. You cannot come to me as city manager and you got a $20 million budget and ask me for $2,500. The answer is go find it in your $20 million budget in times like this.
Mr. City Manager, we have a number of people on the list to speak. I believe that it is Councilor Davis.
Yeah, I think my
Are
name
you
was
on?
called earlier, but I believe.
Is your,
Yeah, I'm here. I think Counselor Crabbe, you just made my case for me. But let me just say this, what I heard from the judicial branch, every bit of this stuff is hand in glove. I mean, it's just, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but they talked about a new judge, more court cases, running cases through. Do we understand how much money the Clerk of Superior Court collects and is responsible? And if they're moving along, they're running efficient and collecting, and those funds are coming in. I mean, I would take that chance of balancing the request with what they're capable of doing and return on investment. I mean, I would really challenge that. That may be yet to be seen, but look, all the money we have is in the fund balance. I mean, I can cut, Mr. City Manager, I can cut your budget. I can go into risk management and pull some money out if you want me to. I mean, I know places to find some money, but
Well,
I don't want to do that.
well, we've presented a responsible budget, and it was tough, and I know it's tough for you because you've got all these things on the add delete list. I'm just, there's some things that,
Well, I mean, my point is, if you don't want me to go into fund balance, I mean, I can go somewhere else and find the money, but all the money's in the fund balance.
well, and I will say this,
And we're collecting a lot of money, and we're saving a lot of money.
I'm going to respect the decisions that you make on this add delete list. And I've said what I've got to say.
Right, and I'm with you, okay?
And I'm going to leave it right there, because I know it's not popular, but in, difficult times require, difficult decisions. And you all, you got a list before you that you got to make some tough decisions on. And I wouldn't want to be in your shoes, but I mean, I'm going to sit back and, we'll see where we are when you get to the end of this list, but we've got to we got to be able to sustain whatever
Right.
decisions you make here today.
Well, look, I've been accused of squeaking when I walk. I'm so tight sometimes, okay? And look, I'm with you. I mean, I'm ultra-conservative when it comes to budgeting. That's just my mentality. And I agree 100% with what you're saying. But I'm willing to take where we're at right now. I'm willing to take that risk to see that return on investment, that we can sustain it.
Yeah.
But if not, I know what the inevitable is.
Yeah.
And everybody needs to know this. The inevitable is you come back and tell them to cut their budgets. They're going to have to cut their budgets. Am I right?
That's right.
But that's a decision we'll have to make when we hit there. Right now, we've got some challenges, and, these department heads have made some pretty solid cases.
Oh, absolutely.
I think, and like I said, this stuff goes hand in glove. You can't do one without the other, and either we just tell them to keep doing what you've been doing all in the past years, or we try to advance and improve, and you got that opportunity, so.
Okay, Councilor Begley?
I'm done.
And so I do want to understand the process because, like, I know public safety is a priority. I also know there's a big case log. And so I agree, fund reserve is not the ideal place to get it from, but I do see there's increases in human resources, in fleet management, and metro operations. Do we have a chance to visit those to identify deletions?
Well, let me say this, Counselor. The increases that you see are related to the pay study. that's why you see increases in some of those budgets. They didn't just get new stuff. And you heard me say earlier, the HR director says, well, I need to get on the list. They didn't get new stuff. You know, if their personnel were significantly lower than market and all, then it's in all likelihood, everywhere you see an increase in the various departments, it had to do with the pay study. And so, look, you know, I met with the finance director. I met with the Columbus Police Department yesterday, and I'd like to use them as an example of, you know, trying to make it work. You saw them give up cadet positions to gain a new position to further their mission. And what they presented to you today was a budget neutral request that would get them where they need to be. And I wish there was some way to figure out that for many that you have on this list. Some you can, the smaller organizations, but the larger ones, perhaps you can.
I guess at some point, do we see the details, you know, to see fleet management, this is the pay study increases, this is some new personnel, this is something else, just so we can understand that, because if people are asking why is fleet management going up and public safety, we denied these requests, like how do we answer that?
And I submit to you that if she were to go and pull personnel out of every department budget, then you would see that those budgets did not grow. Because when the departments submit their budget and when we go through the budget process, we didn't deal with the personnel schedule because there were no changes. Finance were able to calculate that based on the results of the pay study, and then it was added in. And then that's when departments even didn't realize that my budget was going to go up. It went up because of the pay study.
I guess because we saw examples the day of the lifeguards, right? Like the lifeguards were not part of the pay study, and so that was, and so was wages.
They were, the lifeguards, in terms of the additional wages that were added, it's a yes and no in terms of them not being a part of the pay study. The lifeguards were adjusted in anticipation of the pay study, so the hourly rate for the lifeguards did increase from, it's in my binder there. They did go up, the hourly wage for the lifeguards did go up, in addition to the money that was added for the pools that we anticipate that will open next May. But one example would be, as the city manager is referencing to, would be public works. You mentioned fleet maintenance. The personnel budget for public works in the general fund did go up 23.81%. That's all personnel. That's inclusive of the pay study as well as the fringe benefits. Our fringe benefits went up. The cost per budgeted position from a full-time position went up this fiscal year over last year. Last year, I believe it was $6,100, and this year is $6,500 per budgeted position. Our pension contribution did go up as well in terms of the required minimum contributions that we are supposed to make as a city.
And then you got to remember, no one's making less than $15 an hour. And where are those people working? Public Works. We're paying CDL drivers $21. We went to $21 an hour. Where do those people work? Public Works and Metro. All the $21. So it has to do with the pay study because we didn't increase anything else for them.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, we do have a number of other people on the list. Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
You're next.
Ms. Alexander, can you help me, just to kind of put this in perspective for everybody? When do we receive the tax digest? When will that come out so we'll know exactly how much we have received as far as the fiscal year '23?
Well, I do believe that the tax assessor did request to get on the city manager's agenda for the 23rd meeting. So I do believe the tax assessor will discuss the increase in any increases in the digest at that time. I will say, though, the increase in the digest is not all city money, so to speak. I mean, it's city money in that, we collect the offices and departments in the city do collect the money and do the assessment as far as the digest, but a lot of the growth that we've seen is relative to the TADs. So those monies are set aside specifically for the TADs. They go into the TADs, and that's not money that we can utilize for general operations for the city. From a tax digest standpoint, what we've seen in terms of year-over-year collections, actual revenues that we've collected is about 2%. And that is what is included in the budget with the 99% collection rate.
But typically, it's been part of the budget process that we set out to prepare a budget based on hypothetically a 2% increase.
Yes.
But we will not receive the actual tax increase until July. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, the bills in all likelihood will be due October. I'm not sure if it's going to be, I think it's going to be October 17th based on the schedule that was agreed upon by the tax assessor and the tax commissioner. So October 17th, in all likelihood, is when we'll receive that first installment.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about all the funds coming in. Typically, the years that I've been on council, we do a speculative budget.
Mm-hmm.
We estimate that we will have roughly a 2% or a 1% increase in the tax digest, and that's what we adopt a budget under.
Yes.
We don't receive the actual increase in the tax digest until July. I'm not talking about October and December payments. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the actual fiscal numbers from the tax assessor.
We usually receive that before July because we have to have that projected increase to do the taxpayer bill of rights. So it's usually around the end of May that we receive that information.
Okay, so in moving some of these, I would love to hire everybody that everybody's presented here today. I think the whole council would love to do that. Our struggle is with the dollars. How do we determine who we're going to hire, how many we're going to hire, and if we're going to hire them? But my point earlier in saying if we revisit this at mid-year, possibly we would have more funds at that time to deal with them. That was my reason of voting no on the first two items. You can't take salaries from the tax, from the reserves. I mean, it just, we have fundamentally not done that over the years that I've been on council. And the city manager had mentioned it with former budget chair Jack Rogers. You just don't do that. That's physically unsound advice. So I'm just saying that to draw attention to us going forward with this. There is a reason that we wait till mid-year. There's a reason that we don't fund everything that's asked for. We've gone from roughly 70 days to 91 days of fund balance if we adopt everything that's on this list. And we're moving into dangerous territory. And I would caution council in taking those steps. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Garrett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, first of all, I don't think that number 91 looks a lot scary because, I don't think the 13 million of Parks and Rec requests are all going to get approved. So, that's a huge, huge part of that number. But when I look through this list, my constituents' number one issue is their safety and bringing businesses to Columbus. And we can't do that without courts working, which means you have public defenders, you have DAs, and you have Superior Court. And as I see requests from Recorder's Court, which a lot of that brings in funding when people get fined. And to be quite honest, if we don't maintain it maintains, you know, I certainly don't want to spend 13 million on Parks and Rec, but if we don't maintain our facilities to some degree, they will degrade to DNF, and eventually it will cost us more to replace them. And the auditor will save us money, because if she has the appropriate resources she needs, she's gonna find those savings to start telling us where to cut. I can guarantee you that. She's told me that. And I mean, that's you know, I think that's an investment. We're making an investment in the city. And I don't like it coming out of fund balance. We've added to it every year since I've been on council. We've added to the fund balance. But at this point, our city is at a point of crisis. I mean, we all realize that when it comes to safety. And some of these things are public safety, some of them aren't. But even some of the Parks and Rec type stuff, you know, just maintaining the facilities that gives kids a place to do things. So we've built up significant reserves over the years. And you take out the 13 million and the number's not nearly as scary. But I certainly think most of these requests are very reasonable.
And I would remind our committee, we currently have 115 plus days in the reserve. Each one of those days is a $600,000 amount, and we are required, if you will, by our ordinance to have 90 days, and that's what our I believe that our ordinance says that we're going to keep 90 days, but at any rate, it's less than the 115. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the table?
Yes, motion by Councilor Davis, second by Garrett.
To add this and take it out of the reserve, okay? All those in favor of that motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Next item on the list is for the Clerk of Council. This was added at the May 9th meeting by Councilor Crabb. It is to reclassify one part-time support clerk, G11, to a full-time support clerk, G11. The cost is $22,041. It would be impact to the reserves of 0.04 days.
What is your pleasure? Councilor Barnes moves acceptance to add. Is there a second? And where will it come from? Reserve, okay. The motion then is to add the reclassification requested by the Clerk of Council and to take that from the reserve. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Motion carries.
Next item on the list is for, this is added at the May 9th meeting by Councilor Davis for the Clerk of Council's budget. It is $10,000 for integrated waste study. If taken from reserve, is 0.02 days.
What is your pleasure? Okay, there's a motion to approve and a second. Mrs. Mayor Pro Tem, are you?
Yes. I was not here when this brought up, but I'm just wondering, why are we having an integrated waste study under the Clerk of Council's budget?
Councilor Davis.
It's a council initiative to be funded through the Clerk of Council's office. In other words, they'll take care of the financial request needs there, and it's to be managed out of the internal auditor's office. It's dealing with the hybrid trash system now to really take a close look at it. A number of us have requested a cost benefits analysis. That's what it is. It's in conjunction with CSU and their professionals overseeing it, looking at it, taking a look so we can get a real clear snapshot, a real clear focus at what we need to do with the challenges in the future, quite frankly. And it's a much needed document to provide that roadmap. It's not a rate comparison study or anything like that. It's more in detail on that one component and understanding, helping us to understand the future. I think I brought this up initially when we discussed the pay plan, and it was a recommendation to increase the integrated waste fee because of that. And I said, well, you know, maybe we need to take a closer look at that first. City manager agreed to that. We're at where we're at today, and before we get to that point, which is the next budget cycle, where we're going to have to make a tough decision, I think getting that appropriate study in our hand will give us understanding, and not only that, it provides confidence in the community that we've done our due diligence in making sure that if we have to go ask them that it's going to cost more for services, then I think that document is key to helping overall. The city has taken a position on it, having an independent study, which this is, even furthers the solidity of it. And I think it's the appropriate path, and quite frankly, it's the only way that I know that we can get beyond the challenge of what we really need to do with the fees in the integrated waste system.
And Madam Budget Chair, if I may, just so that we are clear, you know, we just spent $100,000 on a integrated waste study that we have not presented to you because we agreed that we would not bring forward any recommendation to increase garbage rates in this current budget, but we would bring forward for the next budget year, which would be fiscal year 25. So we have spent $100,000, and we are going to bring after June sometime, or the new fiscal year, and present that $100,000 study to you on integrated waste, which recommends, you know, what the rate should be over the next number of years and all of the components. It's a professional organization that we spent this money with. And so I just want to be clear that we are going to bring that $100,000 study forward. And so I don't know what the scope of work will be for the $10,000 study on top of what the $100,000 study that we have from professional consultants. But we are going to bring that study forward.
Okay.
And then there will, I know the name CSU was mentioned, but there, with the $10,000 study, we have a procurement process that requires that bids or RFP or quotes be taken from other organizations. So I just wanted to say that.
All right. Do we have a motion on the table?
Well, we do, but I wanted to get a little clarity on this first. Excuse me. So is CSU looking at whether we need to raise the fee or not? Is that what we're doing?
That would be part of the study.
They're doing a cost-benefit analysis is what it is. It's not a rate comparison study.
One of the reasons is I've asked over and over and over again that we compare, you know, we keep on hearing how much using AmWaste is costing us. And I've asked over and over and over again, how much are we saving? Because, you know, we don't have the maintenance of the equipment, we don't have the personnel, there are some savings of us using AmWaste also. I've never received that answer. And so this is what this study is about, is to find out, you know, cost versus, you know, benefits versus, you know, cost benefits. Thank you.
What we're saying with that, as you described, is nowhere near what it cost us to have AmWaste here, though.
I want to see it.
I understand you want to see it.
I'm from Missouri.
But
Show me.
I don't want to pop your bubble, but it's not going to be anywhere near what it cost us to have AmWaste here.
I get it, but we've never been told, I mean, we just hear one side of the story. I mean, here, we're sitting here trying to figure out a budget and like this, when we don't see the whole, we don't see the whole picture. We don't see the line items in there. We don't know where we can pull it. The only place we know to pull it from is reserves, because that's what they show us right here on this list. So, I mean, it would be easier if we could see and understand where we could pull from different areas, but we don't get to see that.
Well, actually, the budget line item detail is, it is in the booklet that you have, the binder that you have, the jump drive that's in there. The budget line item detail is listed there for every department, every fund that's presented as part of the budget.
Councilor Bigley.
But to clarify, that's not comparing two different options of one is Amway versus two not Amway, and showing like if you have Amway, here are the costs you're foregoing, versus if you have, the two different options is seeing that different cost benefit analysis of what is you're paying. The one, before I brought that up, I was gonna ask, if we haven't seen the presentation yet, I know there's a previous item we said, hey, can we punt that to the mid-year? Is that an option for this, where we can see the $100,000 study, and then if it's not addressing our questions, revisit this mid-year? Is that an option?
Yes, it is, and the motion could be that this be incorporated into that 100,000.
Well, I mean, I think we should see it, yeah, because the 100,000 study it may answer our questions, so I don't want to forego this, but it'd be great to see the $100,000 study, revisit if it doesn't answer our questions, and then address this mid-year if we still have open questions.
Okay, Madam Clerk, the motion that's on the table is?
To approve. Davis made the motion, Councilor Garrett seconded.
Okay. Councilor Bigley, if you would like to amend that motion to say approve it mid-year or revisit it mid-year, that would be appropriate.
I don't want to.
Well, it needs to be done. It needs to be done quick. It needs to be in our hands before the next budget cycle, and certainly we're working with a university that has scheduled needs, so it's.
But I think, Councilor Davis, that.
Well, the sooner the better, because we're already a half year into this budget cycle.
I guess, could we approve it now and just not start, like, I guess we have a timing on receiving the other budget, or the other presentation?
It has been ready, and the only reason we've delayed bringing it forward because we were doing the pay study, and it was going to cost, we were taking money out of the reserve in integrated waste. We didn't have enough money, so we took $1 million from our reserve fund to handle the integrated waste salary adjustments. Integrated waste is in the enterprise fund. It should be self-sufficient. We took $1 million out of our general fund reserve to fund the waste study, the pay study in integrated waste, and we committed that we would not increase rates on integrated waste, not in this fiscal year. We'd wait until 2025 and take a look at it. So we delayed bringing it forward to create any confusion, but we can bring it forward anytime. It's ready. And so we can bring it, we probably need to get past this budget approval, and in July timeframe, we could bring it in and present it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
One more question about this. Does this fall under the RFP process?
Yes, it would. That would, as the city manager mentioned, that per our procurement ordinance, we would have to put out a bid.
I don't mind doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else?
And I just want to add to it, it's my understanding that this study, rate comparison study, has been done many years ago. It's just never gotten to us. But all of a sudden, we go through this all the time. We have never broken it down. We look at the revenue, expenditures, and a little bit of revenue collection, then we just say, we got to go up on the fee. We really need to understand this, and it's not the whole, there's a whole nother side of this. This is what we just came out of dealing with the problem in the integrated waste fee with the trash collection which we're running a hybrid system now, and it's working really well. And we are talking about going back and doing it in-house again. But, you know, there even may be a third option here in knowing what type of funds it takes to independently let somebody build a business around it. I don't know what that is right now, but I'm struggling trying to tell the citizens that I'm gonna increase your fee, and I don't really have a good understanding of the breakdown of what we're talking about. And it needs to be looked at from all angles. That's what a cost-benefit analysis does. So, I mean, it's a very, an extremely important document, I think, and would give this council more footing in the future to make challenging decisions. And it would probably complement what was ever done 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, I will say that that plan is consistently being updated, so it's not as if it's stale. I was just talking to.
Well, I view that plan as what the waterworks brings us all the time. You know, we never know. They just tell us that everybody else is doing it, so we need to catch up. That's what they tell us. I'm sure that's what this rate comparison study is going to say.
Well, it's more than just the rate study. It's a solid waste management plan, cost of services, and rate study. It's all comprehensive.
Okay, the motion that's on the table.
Have to go through the RFP process and all that stuff. You know.
The motion that's on the table is to approve the $10,000 study. He didn't get a second, did he?
That was a second.
No.
I didn't even say give a motion to that.
Remember, I'm new, so if it is, we can start the RFP process without committing any money yet, so that starting mid-year, we're ready to start mid-year because we already have the RFPs and we just haven't spent the money yet. To me, that seems ideal, as long as we can go ahead and start with the RFP process.
Councilor Davis.
Let me, this midterm analogy of the language, let me just say, look, you got to go through, the RFP is going to take some time. Those things take time. The study's going to take some time. The invoicing is going to come at a later period, okay? It's not like you're paying the money up front. It's probably going to be after midterm. You just need to get it line item budgeted. Whether you do it then or you do it now, it really doesn't matter because it's going to take, well, it does matter because you've got to initiate the work and get it going, and it could take 6 months. And I don't know about you guys, but I need this information before we get into the budget cycle, which starts in what, February, March? I mean, that's when I'd ideally like to do it. So personally, I can start prepping my constituents for possible challenges. I just need to know that I've got some good understanding, or I'm just going to go back and say the mayor and the city manager wants to raise your garbage fees. I mean, I need something solid that helps me. I don't want to have to do that. And that's when the politics get in. This is not about politics. This is having the facts.
Okay. Okay, the motion before the group then is to approve the $10,000 from the reserve fund. Is that correct? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Alexander.
Next item on the list is a request that was added by, well, actually all of these for Councilor Davis for the District Attorney's Office. This was from the May 9th meeting. The first item for the District Attorney's Office is to add 2 Investigator 1 positions. These are G120 positions. The cost The recurring cost for that is $110,752, and it would utilize .18 reserve days if reserve funds are used.
Is there a motion?
Can I make a comment before we?
Sure.
I wanted to make a comment on all of these items from the district attorney's office. I spoke with the district attorney yesterday after the FOP memorial service, and he has lost one of his assistant DAs to a state agency. And so I believe that would cover all of these items in salary savings.
Okay, so is your motion to approve all of these items and take them from the salary savings?
Yes. Is there a way to confirm that?
Can we do
Well,
that?
do we know if the attorney is county funded or state funded? Because he
I
has.
don't know any of those
Because
details.
if it's state funded, we don't have access, I mean, that's not a part of our budget in terms of,
Does anybody, I mean, I'll step in the back and call him, find out.
So let me understand, so he has a vacant DA's position that you want to use salary savings?
He just got notice since the time between when he presented to us.
Yes,
And yesterday when he spoke to me.
but he's going to
he
fill that
lost a-
position.
He
is my-
lost he just asked me, you know, to seriously consider the two investigators and the two legal administration clerks because he lost that position.
Well, I guess my point is, if there's a vacant position, he's probably, if it's a state position, he's going to advertise and fill it, and we don't have anything to do with that. If it's a local assistant DA, then he's going to advertise it, and let's say it takes him 6 weeks to fill it. Then you would have 6 weeks of salary savings in this fiscal year, and this is for next fiscal year. So there would be no salary savings because he's going to fill the position. It's not like if it was
Is
going
there
to.
any way we can get him on the phone since he's not here?
Sure, I
don't have his phone number
cell
on my
phone,
phone.
but my point is, unless the position is going to be vacant for the rest of next year, you can't, well, anyway, I've said enough.
Well, we're trying. We're trying and, you know, to find creative ways of doing this. So, let me see if I can't get him on the phone.
Do you want us to wait then until you get back?
Maybe we can move on to, you know, past the district attorney and I'll get more information on this.
All right. That's okay. Let's do that, if you will, Miss Alexander, if you will go down to number
13?
13.
Yes, ma'am. So number 13 was also added at the May 9th meeting by Councilor Crabb for the Superior Court judges. Chief Judge Art Smith did indicate that he only required $16,154. He started out his presentation with the reduction in mobile phones. That reduction equates to $444.
And so do we need to approve number 13?
It's part of the budget, so if he wants to take it out, you have to approve
Okay.
it.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second? Motion and second to approve. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Item 13 is approved.
Okay? No. It's from his budget going back to reserves.
All right. Item 14.
Item number 14, also approved at the May, placed on the list at the May 9th meeting by Councilor Crabb for the Superior Court judges. This is to increase contractual services relative to the Rapid Resolution Program. It was a cost at $16,500. If taken from reserves, it'll be 0.03 days that's utilized.
Any move approval for number 14? And a second. Any questions? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item on the list was for the May 9th meeting, placed on the list by Councilor Crabb for the Superior Court judges. This is to increase the professional services line for all Superior Court judges at $8,000 each for a total of $56,000. If taken from reserves, it would be 0.09 days that's utilized.
Motion to approve, is there a second? Any comments? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next,
Okay, you have a motion to approve 16, which is to increase postage, and 17, which is to increase copier charges. A motion and a second. Any comments or questions? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed?
and both the,
Hold just a minute, Ms. Agnew. Did you have a question, Madam Clerk? Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
yes, ma'am. So the approval of those two items would utilize 0.02 days of reserves. Moving on to item number 18. It's the second page, which is from the May 9th meeting for Council Crabb for the Superior Court judges, is to increase the office supplies. The amount that was requested by the judge was to provide $8,000 in office supplies for all the judges. That amount is actually $13,400 that's needed to provide them with $8,000 for office supplies for all 7 Superior Court judges. That would utilize 0.02 reserve days if reserves are used.
So the total for the office, increase in office supplies is the 13,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Any questions? What is your pleasure? Is there a second? Motion to move, to approve and a second. Any questions, comments? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Passes.
Item number 19, from the May 9th meeting, placed on the list by Councilor Crabb for the Superior Court judges. This is to increase the Muskogee County supplement for the circuit-wide court administrator from $10,000 to $20,000. The additional cost would be $10,765, utilizing 0.02 reserve days if reserves are used.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any comments? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item on the list is item 20 for the Public Defender's Office. And I do believe Councilor Barnes may have something to say.
Okay, Councilor Barnes has moved to approve 20? Just 20? Okay. 20, 21, and 22? Okay, Councilor Barnes has moved to approve 20, 21, and 22. And there's a second. Any comments?
Madam Chair,
Councilor Barnes?
did you get the amended amounts?
No, you have to amend the amount.
Okay, there are some amended
There are
amounts,
some
so you want to
amendments.
do
Yes,
that?
ma'am. So for item number 20, I'll speak if you don't mind.
Sure.
Please.
Yes. So for item number 20, you know what?
24,681. There you go. There you go.
So the amended amount for item number 20, this is not to provide a 5% increase for all of the contract state attorneys. This is to provide a $4,000 increase for all of the state attorneys that we pay on the contract for the Public Defender's Office. The revised amount is $24,681 for item number 20, and that would utilize .04 reserve days if approved. Item number 21 is to, for the additional positions, the amended request would be for 1 legal admin clerk and 1 investigator. The cost of those 2 is $102,000
And that's-
Utilizing .17 reserve days.
And that's 21 and 22?
That's 20 and 21.
Okay, 21.
And then 22 would be the reclassification of a legal admin clerk, G15, to an administrative coordinator, G17. That is a position that exists within our current classification plan. The cost of that reclassification would be $2,905. And it basically is no real usage of reserves. It balances out to be 0 usage of days.
Okay, the motion that is on the table is to approve 20. Do we have an amendment to do 20, add 21 and 2? Mayor Pro Tem, the amount on 21.
Yes, ma'am. The revised amount on 21 was $102,049. And that would utilize .17 reserve days instead of .43.
The motion on the table is to approve item 20. Any comments? No, he did 20. We do not have an amendment yet. Okay, everybody in favor of 20, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now 21. Anybody want to make a motion on 21 and or 22? So move both? 21 and 22. Motion to approve 21 and 22. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are 20, 21, and 22. Now, before we leave this, this department, I want to recognize one of our managers of this public defender department, Steve Kraft, who is retiring next month. Thank you for your service to the city of Columbus and to the county of Muskogee and all you have done throughout your career to make sure that we're still on the straight and narrow. And we wish you a very joyful, if you will, retirement. Don't clean out the garage first thing. Go on a trip first thing and then come back and clean out the garage. So thank you so much for your service.
And Steve, don't forget to tag me,
Okay? Let's go back to the DA's office. Councilor Crabb.
I have spoken with the DA, and it is a city position that he lost, and he is in the process of replacing it, so we cannot use salary savings on that.
Okay, so we're back to number 6.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to approve 6 through 12. Are there any that someone would like to pull? Okay, the motion and second to approve items 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, 11, and 12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, now, Ms. Alexander, I think that we are
7, 8, 9, 6, so 6 through
over
12.
to item 23 for the Recorder's Court.
Yes, ma'am, and so that was the approval of items 6 through 12, utilizing .38 of reserve days. And we are now on, sorry, I'm gonna get back there.
Okay, just
Where are we? We are on item number 23. This is from the May 9th meeting, added to the list by Councilor Tucker for Recorder's Court. This is to add one assistant chief deputy clerk, grade G122. The cost is $60,386, utilizing .10 reserve days if reserves are used.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to remind everybody, we restructured this court a few months ago, and the revenue was, I think, for the last fiscal year, was roughly around $1 million. And so far this year, they have produced $1 million. So the monies, as in other things we've discussed today, it's not going to be a problem in the recorder's court, because I think the revenue is going to continue to grow as we have experienced great management there and some good decisions. So I would make a motion to approve 23, 24, and 25.
And I think that with those three items approved, we're going to continue to see improvement in the recorder's court. So the motion is to approve 23, 24, and 25. Madam Alexander, would you read those three again into the record?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 23 is to add one full-time assistant chief deputy clerk, grade 122, at $60,386. Item number 24 is to add one finance manager, grade 121, at $57,820. And then item number 25 is to add two additional deputy clerk 2 positions, G115, at a cost of $93,346 for a total utilization of .36 reserve days if reserves are utilized.
The motion was made by the Mayor Pro Tem and seconded by Councilor Barnes. Any further comments? This is for
Recorder's court.
23, 24, and 25. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next item on the list is item number 26 for Parks and Recreation. This was an item placed on the list today by Councilor Davis. This is adding $600,000 from reserves for parks maintenance. Be one reserve day that's utilized here.
Councilor Davis. Well, there we go.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not anticipating this much to be used, but I think the citizens are asking for it. We've had several conversations about this. I don't think I need to further explain it, but it's investing back into our assets that we have, where the children are, where people are utilizing every day, and we've got our volunteers out there, and we're supporting them. This is a tremendous amount of encouragement. I think that'll go a long way, and I don't, it's kind of somewhat experimental, but I think it's the right thing to do, and Parks and Recs, I don't have any doubt that Parks and Recs can't manage this appropriately, and I think this is a good start in heading in the right direction.
Councilor Crabb.
Thank you. So are we saying that, are we limiting her and saying that it can only be used for park maintenance? Or are we giving her $600,000 and saying she can prioritize it with the needs within her department? Yes, what? I gave you two options. Park maintenance? Okay, that's not what it says on here. It says that it's parks maintenance.
Well,
so,
the original, as I understand the councilor's motion, was $600,000 for volunteers who keep up the place and do their own. This is not for the Parks and Rec maintenance. It's for those volunteers who do that kind of work.
It's doing it for us. It's a line item. It's a line item that's there but there's got to be appropriate documentation that comes from these volunteer entities. Counselor Allen knows what I'm talking about. There's a number of
Right.
people at Northern that put their own dollars in it. They're doing it, they're just doing it to get it done. They got to get it done because they don't have time. You heard the presentation. We're short.
Okay, so can I ask for, I don't mean to interrupt you, but for the space, we're running kind of late. Can we just add volunteer force in a parentheses after that park maintenance, because so we kind of understand what that's being used for?
Well, and Madam Budget Chair, if I may, of course, and maybe the city attorney or someone needs to help, but I don't think we can just say people can go and do work and then we reimburse them.
Right.
And when this was talked about at city council, I mean, we'd have to, in my mind, bring back to you for your approval how the money would be spent, because, in some parks, I mean, you've got people who can afford, if I know I'm going to get reimbursed, let me just drop $50,000 over here and do this at a particular park. At another park, there's no one who can drop $50,000. They're selling cookies trying to get $1,500. And so you end up with a disparity in how well some facilities are maintained versus how well others are maintained. It's concerning that if it's as flexible as, if someone goes out there and build a clubhouse for $150,000, we reimburse them. Well, they need a clubhouse over here, and I don't understand.
Well, let me clarify it again. I think I've talked about it. It's for on-the-field use only. It's the surfaces that these kids are playing on, where the parents are having to go out there and put grass in, put clay in, put clay dry in, put stuff with the football fields in order for the kids to play, and that their safety is valued. It's not for infrastructure outside the
Okay,
fields.
well, good, but how do you?
If they bring you an appropriate invoice, if they bring you an appropriate invoice, not just because I put 50 grand in a fund, but if they bring you an appropriate invoice for the amount of that grass, and Parks and Rec can verify that they put the grass down and it's there.
So if they can afford to do it, let's say at Salmon Road, but they can't afford to do it at Shirley Winston, can that 600,000, can Parks and Rec use that 600,000 to say, okay, they did this over at Salmon Road, and they were benevolent enough to pay it out of their pocket, so we'll reimburse them. Well, so that field doesn't look like, that field won't have AstroTurf, and down at Shirley Winston, they're playing in dirt. How do you make sure both fields are representative of this community?
Well, Mr. City Manager, it's where we have these volunteer groups that are running sports programs for our kids in designated parks, okay?
Okay.
It's where these kids are actively involved. I don't know the scenario that you're putting out there. I understand it, but it's night and day what we're talking about here. But if they were to bring an appropriate invoice, I think I used the term, the reason I got to this, because it was somewhat embarrassing that we can't keep up and maintain and put the capital into these parks. So if the volunteers and people are willing to do it in order for the kids to play and that they are safe in playing, then the least we can do is help them in some way or fashion, because they're covering your labor cost. They're covering a lot of costs that we just are not able to cover right now, and that's the least we can do. That's all I'm saying. It's kind of.
I think, Mr. City Manager, if we approve this, it then would be up to your department and working probably through Director Browder to set the regulations this is what we will pay, this is what you have to do to get repaid. It's not just bring us an invoice. It's a set of regulations that we would need to.
Well,
Yeah, all of those kinds of things.
well,
Prior approval or,
okay, I'll leave
whatever.
it. I think I've made my point, so I'll
Yes.
just leave it there.
Well, it's really.
We've got a
it's-
couple of folks, I'm sorry, go ahead. Mr.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's designating of funds. Ms. City Manager, I think I talked to her earlier that the director, I've had a talk with the director, and she said they're quite capable of managing the program. And if your office wants to be involved, I'm sure y'all can come up with a criteria that's appropriate. But the whole purpose is to make sure that we keep our infrastructure where these kids playing in adequate condition. It's not there right now. We need to invest in it.
Well, and I don't know what Director Browder told you, but she can't do it unless my office is involved. She has to get approval.
Okay, let's go to Councilor Cole.
I think this is a way to think outside the box and stop saying no and stop saying we can if. And I think we're maybe going about it backwards of having we do it, we did it all the time at Fort Benning. And so, there's a purchase request that is submitted to Parks and Rec or to the city manager's office, but likely Parks and Rec, that's approved and under a certain dollar limit and allocated to certain fields and certain zones. And I mean, that can all be figured out ahead of time. I think we just move forward with the 600,000. I mean, you heard at council a couple months ago that they're out there doing it anyway, and it is, to Glenn's point, it is embarrassing for the families and the players out at Brigden Park or out at Shirley Winston or Lake Bottom to be out there painting their own goalposts. And I realize that we're understaffed, but this is a way that we can get the community involved and take care of them at the same time. So I'll make a motion to approve the 600,000.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 600,000.
I think we can figure it out on the back end.
Councilor Crabb, did you have something? Okay.
Madam Budget Chair, if I could just add one quick thing. I know we're beating this one until there's nothing left of it, but I know Mayor Pro Tem and I have both been involved in Little League for a long, long time when our kids were growing up. And this was part of the original public-private partnership. They would, in exchange for them letting us kind of close up the field during the season, we went and took care of the fields. Now, when it got to a point where there needed to be some capital improvements and you had to regrade it, laser grade it, so I think some money set aside in a contingency is a pretty good idea. We never had a problem getting Parks and Rec once we got a field to where it was almost dangerous, where there was a lip on the outfield or something like that. They always stepped up and helped us go regrade it and redo it. But I think to ensure that capability remains, putting some money aside is not a problem. I think what alarmed me is the same thing that I think alarmed the city manager, and that is when it was first brought up, we thought it was very loosely regulated in the sense that if you just needed some more quick dry or if you needed to, and we used to paint the goalposts. We'd go out there and have work days with the families, and it was, like I said, it was sort of a partnership. But I think the 600 is a lot, because I don't think you'll have more than a couple of those fields need to be re-laser graded and recut a year. But I just think it's a slippery slope when you identify that money for those folks to come up and kind of apply for a grant, so to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of offer some context, I served on the board at Pioneer Little League for 10 years. I was president for 2 years. I served in every capacity all the way up to president. So I understand what Councilor Davis is saying. However, if we're going to get involved in this, we're going to step in this direction, let's do it. Let's have a test run. Let's put $100,000 in there. and see how far that goes. And then next year we can, or mid-year, we can always make some changes, but, instead of just going full tilt with this with $600,000, I think that's a little heavy this year, especially in light of the budget situation that we're in. So I mean, we did all the work ourselves, but I just feel like that this is a big step, $600,000. So I would amend the motion to $100,000 and move adoption of that.
Okay, there's an amended motion on the table. Is there a second for the amendment?
To the motion.
Did we get a second to the amendment? Yes. Okay. Counselor Barnes seconded it. Counselor Davis.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that, what you talked about, I don't envision that level of improvements of laser grade and that kind of stuff. This is more minor stuff. And, I've been thinking about it. If the entities come to y'all and bring it to you, it's funding for Parks and Recs to be able to do it. Right now, they don't have the funding, okay? They don't have the funding. So maybe the appropriate way to set up this effort is not for them to bring an invoice, but maybe let them come to Parks and Recs, get the approval first, and if they want to go do it, that's fine, and then we'll reimburse them once we inspect it. That may be appropriate, but I don't envision like major infrastructure improvements. This is just stuff that the parents are getting out there doing day in and day out. And I don't mind. I'm okay to get the program started with 100. I look at the 600, even if we didn't use it all, it would be there to replenish the next cycle and the next cycle and the next cycle, or we can add to it. It's okay with me. But the point is, we need to help and we need to work with them. I think this is a great way to investing and put money back in the community when we've got a little bit now that we can do that, and people, I think people would appreciate that, and it motivates them to continue their efforts in the volunteer area, which I don't know about y'all, but if we didn't have them, we don't have a Parks and Rec program. Is that fair to say? I think that's fair to say, that Parks and Recs, we wouldn't have a program if we didn't have the volunteer base here. That's what makes Columbus extremely, the quality of life here, so good. Thank you, Madam. I'm okay with that amendment motion.
Okay, Counselor Crabb?
No, I don't have it.
Okay. The amendment then, the motion before you is an amendment to amend this item to $100,000. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. There was one nay. This then becomes the main motion. All those in favor of $100,000 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, so $100,000
And now,
utilizing,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
utilizing 0.17 reserve days as opposed to a day.
Madam Alexander, the next item the next department that we looked at was Bull Creek, but they're not on this list.
Oh, flip to page 4, please. Last page.
Did I just not turn far enough?
They're not in the general fund.
Oh, there they are.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So the next item on the list is for Bull Creek Golf. This was placed on the list today by Councilor Crabb. This is a budget neutral request to delete the funds for Godwin Creek, to delete a part-time maintenance intern position that was added in the budget in addition to other operating expenses, making a reduction there to fund one full-time marketing manager at $57,980.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion is to delete the funding for maintenance intern and do the marketing manager. Any comments? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And now we'll go back to page
2. Sorry, they're not numbered at the bottom.
whatever, the tax commissioner.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 27. Item number 27, placed on the list today by Councilor Crabb for the Tax Commissioner. This particular item is to add one financial analyst at a G123, Step 3, for $64,217, utilizing .1 or .11 reserve days if reserves are used.
Counselor Crabb.
I'd like to make a motion to approve line 27 and 28, but on 29, I think that we need to look into that a little bit more, maybe as a one-time, not as a permanent hire, but more as a consultant, and so do not approve line 29, but do approve 27 and 28.
Okay, the motion then is to approve number 27 and number 28, and to disapprove number 29.
And, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and I believe that these positions could be paid for out of revenue generated. She's going to generate money with these positions, based on what she said.
Do you accept that, Madam Alexander?
Not at this time. I mean,
Ultimately, that might be true, but at this point, we need another
funding source
for funding. So, Counselor Crabb, do you?
Reserves.
Okay. Counselor Bigley.
And again, I'm trying to learn the process, but I would like to see 29 resubmitted as a one-time. I know from our experience, if we're implementing Salesforce, we get a Salesforce expert. If we're implementing HubSpot, we get a HubSpot expert. Finding a generalist analyst is not going to know best practices. They're not going to know the tool. I'd love to see this as resubmitted as a one-time, let's get this up and running. And then next year she comes back and can articulate, this is what we still need on an ongoing basis. Listen to it at that time. But what we heard today was specifically Tyler reports. And I feel like that is a one-time effort by an expert who can knock that out without ongoing into the next year.
I think what you could do, if this is something that you'd like to see later on, this is something obviously that you could address at mid-year. You could delay, not approve this obviously, and allow staff to get with Tyler to come up with the scope of work in terms of what all the reporting needs that the tax commissioner needs. I'm sure they'll scope it out and give us a pricing, and then we would, have that information to give to you in terms of what the cost would be.
Or I'm fine with that. I'm also fine if they wanted to reposition it for this budget cycle, because I do think it's important. I don't like that there's such a big backlog of auctions, because I do think that contributes to the number of abandoned houses in Columbus. And so I want to give them more resources so they can address that backlog. And so the sooner the better. I just don't think this is coming from a technology background, that doesn't sound like best practice to find a generalist analyst to address a specific systems issues.
Well, I will say this, the tax commissioner had such a person. That person left. And although she didn't have this particular position, that person that left last year, they were the SME for the system in terms of reporting. So they built the reports. They built, because we ask for reports all the time. A lot of times I'm waiting on reports for year-end purposes, for audit purposes, for budget purposes. And them not having that, I think that she was just trying to fill that void for the person that she had. Because the person that left was the person that was in place when the system was being designed and built, for their usage. So I think she's just trying to fill a void with that. But, whatever you want to do. If you put it in her budget, she has a discretion to spend it however she wants to, so.
But is there not a limitation whether it's recurring or My big focus is recurring versus non-recurring. And I want to approve a non-recurring amount, but not approve a recurring amount.
I mean, if you're not gonna
If
approve
I-
the position,
And what I would recommend is that you consider placing the dollars, since it's a one-time deal, and we rely heavily on information technology, you could place it as a line item in the IT budget, and then let them, with their technology background, expertise, identify, hire that person to do that work, and then it's a one-time expense, but it's housed in information technology because it deals with technology.
So is that one time because it's professional services, or?
Yeah, put
Okay.
under professional services.
Okay, yes, I support that. Yeah, I like that idea.
So, Mr. City Manager, are you suggesting that we move item 29 to the IT department?
I am as a just as Councilor Begley described the position or how it would work, but under IT.
Okay.
probably won't be more than 64,000.
Did we have a motion on the table?
Yes, we currently have a motion to approve, the request, Council Crab and then Garrett, 27 and 28.
Okay, let's make sure that we separate these two items in. We will vote now on item 27 and 28. Okay? Any further discussion? All those in favor of 27 and 28 say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Those have carried. Now,
I'd like to make a motion that we change item 29 to the IT department as a one-time event.
Professional services. It would be an increase to professional service.
Whatever he said. You want to make the motion?
okay, the motion has been made that this be moved to the IT department. Is there a second? Motion has been made and seconded. Any comments, questions? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Alexander, I think we are at number 30.
All right.
Move to approve number 30.
So the item for number 30, placed on the agenda, list today by Council Crab for the Police Department. This is a budget-neutral request, deleting 17 police cadet positions and adding 2 administrative tech, 1 audiovisual tech, 2 crime analysts, 1 computer forensic analyst, 4 real-time crime center technicians, and 3 crime scene investigators, and an operating budget increase of $50,702. The total request that is budget neutral is $716,362.
Motion has been made and seconded to approve item number 30. Any further discussion? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Budget Chair, if I may, I just wanted to point out, I don't know if we're keeping a list in finance of items to reconsider at mid-year. I'd like to put some of those cadets on to at least be revisited. I really believe that as we get back into the new school year, we may see some movement in bringing on some of those young folks, and that's an excellent pipeline to allow them to learn a little bit and nurture their desire for public service and maybe stick around and become full-time officers.
And I think probably the finance director can do that without necessarily a motion from us. Is that, you got it?
Got it.
Okay. Okay, items 31 through 34, the motion has been made and seconded to approve. Madam Finance Director, you want to go through those for us?
Yes, ma'am. So item 31 was placed on the list by Council Garrett for the internal audit. department. This is to add one car allowance for the internal auditor. That comes at a cost of $8,376, utilizing .01 reserve days if reserves are used. Item 32 is to add one full-time forensic auditor. This is effective January of 2024. This comes at a half cost of $36,944, utilizing .06 reserve days if reserves are used. Item number 33 is to add software lease for the funding for the whistleblower hotline. That's $3,000, utilizing .01 reserve days if reserves are used. And finally, item number 34 is increasing the education and training line item at $4,227, utilizing .01 reserve days if we're using reserves.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to approve items 31, 32, 33, and 34. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So item 35 was added to the list today by Councilor Garrett for Parks and Recreation. This is to add 10 term more at the cost of $9,118. This is a one-time non-recurrent expense utilizing .02 reserve days. The item number 36 is also on the list per Councilor Garrett for Parks and Recreation. This is adding one full-time park maintenance worker, one G114, and two part-time park maintenance worker, one is also G14. The cost for those three positions is $96,606, utilizing .16 reserve days if reserves are used.
Okay, the motion is to approve items 35 and 36. Any further comments? Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Those two are approved.
All right, so item number 37.
I'm sorry?
Tucker did want to add the scoreboard. She wanted to add the scoreboards for Rigdon, Edgewood, and Shirley B for 144.
Madam Clerk, is that in the?
Is that already in the?
I think she was taking the out of the 9 million and taking the ones that she preferred.
That would come out of the 9 million, so.
Okay.
I think she was deleting the 9 million and then taking those line items out of there.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's
just
correct.
a little better.
And she did just want me to make a little statement on her behalf. She said that, I know that we cannot afford to fund Parks and Recreation completely at 12 million, but we do need to look at funding sources such as ARPA and other grants. So,
And tell us again to make sure that we've got the ones that she wanted approved. The scoreboard.
I'll check with her to make sure that we have the scoreboards in there. In Edgewood.
Shirley B.
I don't see Edgewood on here.
Let's make sure we've got them.
It's right after short Winston.
That's Midland.
It's on the last page.
So it's one of the lowest priority items.
Sure, Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that there are, for scoreboards, there are other sources that we can try to work with on getting those installed. I know years ago, when we were involved in Little League, as the mayor mentioned earlier, Coca-Cola would donate the scoreboard as long as you use their products. So I know, and to add to the list, I know Northern Little League out there at Solomon Road, there are some scoreboards that need to be replaced out there, or they need to be worked on. I'll put it that way. There are some lights that don't work, but anyway, I think that that there are other ways to try to work through this issue. Maybe we delay this till mid-year and try to work with the leagues and get them to have input on what they need, what their needs are, and find some resources to try to address those needs.
So, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, your substitute is to delay until mid-year and work with the various.
Well, the Little League season's already over. I mean, they're in All-Stars right now, so it's not affecting their season play. But, Madam Clerk, would Councilor Tucker be amenable to that?
I'm waiting to see her response. And so if we wanted to just come back to it.
I don't think they play. There are only a couple of fields they play on. Shirley Winston, I think, and Rigdon and Pioneer, for David Park.
I think it's interesting too that there's two different, unless I'm reading this wrong, two different types of scoreboards. Because on one of them, when it talks about Tillis, Rigdon, Shirley, Winston, Midland, those are like $10,000 scoreboards, and the one that was listed for Shirley Winston was with LED lighting, and it's a $48,000 scoreboard.
And she is requesting that this not be delayed.
But which scoreboard for Shirley Winston is she asking for? Because, yeah.
10,000.
She's asking for the 48, the Rigdon, Shirley, and on the back page, the 48 each.
And she said the LED, I don't know if that's different. She said the LED.
No, there's a scoreboard. There's
Okay, wait,
five
hold a minute.
scoreboards.
On the final page of this, it says scoreboards with LED lights at Rigdon, at Shirley Winston, and at Edgewood, each one for $48,000. Is that her motion?
Yes.
Okay, that's the motion on the table. Is there a second to that motion? A motion and second.
To the motion. To the motion.
Okay.
Are we sure that that is the equipment that we need on that field?
That's kind of.
I mean, that is an expensive item right there.
It is, and something that I asked Holly specifically was, were these items put in order of priority? And we're asking for 3 items on the last page, when there are items on this first page that she says she really needs. This is the higher priority, and we're specifically asking for something that's lower priority. I mean, Toya, I love you, you know I do. But I have a problem with that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't mind setting aside a certain amount of money and letting Holly decide. I don't want to micromanage her choices, but she knows what she needs in order to do her job. So I'd almost rather say, let's give her $500K to use, the way she sees fit in order to get the most money, the most out of that amount of money.
What we do plan to do is come back at mid-year with some capital outlay for the departments that maybe requested capital. Once we finalize FY23 and sort of see where we land with the reserves, the plan is to come back at mid-year for budgetary capital items for the various departments.
Okay, the motion that's on the table is to approve the scoreboard with LED lights at Rigdon Park, Shirley Winston, and Edgewood. Each one of those are $48,000.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
I'm sorry?
Did you make the second? Oh, Councilor Cogle made the second.
And Councilor Cole, second. To the motion, Councilor Davis. Well.
There you go, thank you. Can y'all help me with, I don't have the breakdown here. Is it for softball, baseball, football? What kind of use are these scoreboards? football fields?
Baseball and softball, there was a request for the football field that she had.
The ones for 48,000, is for baseball fields and softball fields. So Rignan is Rignan baseball fields, Shirley Winston is baseball and softball, and Edgewood is baseball and softball.
Okay. I like the finance director's kind of way about going this. I would really like, I would really like to see if there's an opportunity to get some matching funds through some foundations, a community foundation, some of our foundations. Like Councilor Allen said, maybe some of our really supportive corporations, they have liked this stuff in the past. Maybe they don't do it anymore, but I see this as a possibility, so we don't have to totally utilize all those funds. And I would like to explore that. I don't know if that's too much to ask, but that does give us some time, like the finance director talked about, giving us some time to, unless that, I mean, is this a need today that it's got to happen today? The leagues just, I think the leagues are over with now, right?
They're in all-star mode right now.
All-star? So you're not going to be, by the time you order and get them up, how long is it going to take?
The director says it takes months, but.
Months?
Of course, I mean, if you approve it today, we could still go after the match, and if we don't they don't use the funds, it goes back. You know, but.
Can we make a good effort at doing that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else to this motion? The motion on the table then is, I'm sorry, Councilor Garrett.
Just very briefly, Councilor Allen's idea is very good, but we could also do the same thing if we install the scoreboards. We could sell the advertising space ourselves. I think a lot of people would actually pay for it. I would pay for a huge ad up there. But I just wanted to make that point, that we could also sell it ourselves as a city.
Okay, the motion on the table then is to approve scoreboards at Rigdon Park, Shirley Winston, and Edgewood at $48,000 each. Any further comments? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
So that would utilize 0.24 days. That's $144,000 total for those 3 scoreboards, and we still need to address items 37 and 38? Or there was no motion for those items?
I'm sorry,
Items number 37 and 38, we still need to vote on those. The $3 million item and the $9 million, either up or down.
motion is to deny 37 and 38. Is there a second? Motion and second. Any comments? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Okay, 37 and 38 are, were not approved.
Right.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm still learning the process. I did talk to the sheriff. There were, for 20 of the flock integrated cameras that can be used by both the police department and the sheriff's department, was a $55,000 one-time expense. I know he had submitted it before discussing it, but I would like to get that to the ad list. The 20 flock cameras is $55,000 one-time cost, and the sheriff's department can deploy those throughout the city, both to read the license plate so they can investigate after a crime and also identify tax warrants.
Well, I do know that the flock cameras are not a one-time cost. I do believe that was part of the discussion that we had with the police department yesterday in terms of the flock cameras, and they're actually going up on the annual maintenance for those. So based on per asset that you have, it's going from $2,500 to $3,000 for next year. So it is an annual cost for the cameras.
Will I have a chance to refine that number to submit it before the final budget?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll refine that number with you and the sheriff.
Okay.
Okay, Councilor Davis.
Yeah, Councilor Begley, this may help you out a little bit, but Mayor, City Manager, something's going on in Atlanta, okay, where I think the state is getting involved in initiative. I had a constituent call me yesterday about the availability now and possibly funding and grant funding that you can submit, and for these flock cameras, tag readers, the new state-of-the-art technology. I know we used to think that cameras, video cameras and recording and all that was, but now it seems like it's advanced into this area. But there's something going on. There's articles. I just read another article in the AJC today about the state getting involved in initiative and now doing grants. There's grants out there available that you can apply to get these cameras. I may be wrong, but this is what I'm hearing. But it is, I do know it's, if citizens want to purchase these cameras, they can. They can for I think right now it's $3,000 annually, and they can be placed. I don't think we're disagreeing with where they can be placed, but I know with the cameras, there was a lot of issues with the video cameras and all, but these tag readers are totally different. So if citizens want to get involved, but also these grants that are out there now, it may be an opportunity for our community. Mayor, I don't know, maybe you know about this.
No, actually, I'm not aware of the grant program, but I'll check on it. We'll talk to our public safety folks, because I'm sure they'll know. And I do know that the governor and the attorney general have been extremely bullish on anti-gang efforts to include technology. I know I saw the same article you saw, I think, this morning at the AJC. But I do know too that while we don't want the public or even a lot of our employees knowing where every camera is, because some of it, relies on stealth. There is a comprehensive camera program to integrate the cameras that we're utilizing from the general government to make sure that coverage is good. So we'll take a look at what the sheriff's asking for and talk with with Deputy City Manager Goodwin about our existing program, and we'll come up with a recommendation.
And I'm glad you said that, because that is true now with the technology. I think that even if the citizens want to invest and do this in their communities and neighborhoods, they can integrate it into CPD and works with our police department. So now it's like everybody's working together on this, it's just people are willing to contribute to make it happen. So anyway, thank you.
Councilor Barnes.
Yes. I'd like to add an electronic message board for the Liberty Theater. A lot of people are excited, energized because of what the city's partnership and what the city's doing for the Liberty Theater. I've had some individuals, and I wanted to meet with them, but one of the things that I've heard is something like that. And I don't know what that would be, what the cost of something like that would be, but, say that?
Councilor Barnes, would you be willing for the finance director to take a look at that?
Yeah, yes, that's what, yes.
If the finance director could, and the city manager could take a look at that and perhaps come
But
back.
I'm hearing a lot of people, thank you.
Perhaps come back at mid-year with a recommendation? City manager?
What was that on the message, electronic message board, right? Yeah, as we do the renovation, obviously the River Center has one, the Three Arts has that new one, and then the Civic Center has a new one. So we do need an electronic message board for the Liberty Theater, similar to what they have at, let's say, the Springer or the Civic Center.
But we are currently doing an ease assessment for the Liberty Theater, and we have funding already set aside. We set aside $1 million in the FY23 budget, and we can include that as part of the renovation.
Yes,
Does that work for you, does that work for you, Councilor?
Yeah.
She said that they're already doing the easement and so forth, and they're in the works for that.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Just, he'll keep you on your toes with it. Okay? Anything else for the good of the order? I do want to say to the Budget Committee, thank you for all of your work. Thank you for keeping us on our toes. Thank you for going through all of this. And to the Finance Director, I'm talking about you, Finance Director.
I'm sorry, we're still monopolizing our times. I did have
I know.
I did have one request, and I apologize for forgetting it earlier when the police were here. We've been talking to a lot of people in the community, and there's a desire to get the Crime Stoppers program up and running again. We already have a board that's currently being formed. They're going to be working with the police command staff as well as with the chamber to try to generate funds, but they are requesting that we do some seed money of $25,000. So I'd like to request that go on the ad list, and it can come from the OLOST, or it can come from the funds that go to the crime prevention grants, and just cut it by $25,000 for this year.
Okay, the mayor
Either
has
way.
requested that we put $25,000 on the ad list for Crime Stoppers, and that would come from the OLOST or from the crime prevention. Is there a motion?
Second. Garrett made the motion, I second.
Councilor Garrett made the motion, and Mayor Pro Tem Allen seconded. Any further conversation? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Is she available? Right, we need 6. We need 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there
We need 6
anybody back
present.
there? We've got to have 6 people before we can vote.
Just checking.
We need one more. They've gone to check.
But if the mayor is recommending out of crime prevention, we could just, there's $750,000 in crime prevention, we could just take the 25 from there? And it, okay.
Councilor Tucker has voted yes. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
6 present.
Now, Finance Director, we want to thank you and your staff for all of the work that you've done. If I could, I would tell you, take the rest of the afternoon off. You know? But we do appreciate all you've done, and your staff have been so attentive to us, and we really appreciate it. So thank you so much, and with that, the motion,
Hang on. Council Beggs is back.
Okay, if we want to
We need
revote
6
with Councilor.
I think in order for her vote to count, you gotta have 6.
Yes, you have to have 6
Okay,
present.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay.
Yes.
The motion is that we put
25,000.
25,000 into starting up a new Crime Stoppers program, and that it come out of the OLOST fund. Okay. Those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for all you've done. Meeting is adjourned.